Hey everybody, welcome to Froggy Stocks. Nothing I say is financial advice, entertainment purposes only. Just getting space calls started. Let me join the space call on my PC.
I don't think you can join Space Call on PC.
Yeah, you can join. You just can't request to talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, right,
That's,
because you joined YouTube. Okay.
that's how I stream. There we go. Hello to the people in the YouTube chat. Hello to everybody. Please tweet out the call. The little comment button down in the bottom right. Hit it, comment, and then retweet the call so everybody knows it's up. I'll just break out the big news. Press release from AMC Investor Relations. AMC Theaters reaches first ever agreement with Netflix and will play Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery in more than 200 U.S. AMC locations during Thanksgiving. So Gasparino can pretty much take cobble cord and shove it up his ass. I mean, his whole thesis is gone now. People want to stay at home and stream. We're literally wanting Netflix content in movie theaters. It's crazy. What's up, Chacky A Plus? Chacky?
What's going on, Spencer? What's going on, brother?
What's up?
Nothing much, brother. Today I got a surprise, man. Try to get some APE shares, and as soon as I'm placing my order on Fidelity, they saying that I have to call them.
Oh.
And of course, I wanted to buy my shares, so I called them. And they said the only reason why I couldn't place my, to buy the shares is because it's a penny stock now. So I'm like, You gotta be kidding me, bro. And then, I try to have a little argument with a person. I told him, but how can it be a penny stock when it's AMC? It's the same company. And they say, oh, no, because it's separated and it's under $3. We don't want you, you're taking a lot of risk. Are you okay taking the risk? I said, hell yeah, I'm willing to take the risk. So I'm like, I don't know what the heck is going on, brother.
Yeah, so when a stock hits a certain price range, your broker will just consider it a penny stock, and then they just have to take extra risk requirements for you. You can actually if you have Fidelity, you can set your account up to where they don't do that. You can get approved for penny stock purchases, but it doesn't mean that APE's not a good stock anymore. That's not what it is. So.
And also,
I've been using them for a long time, and this is actually the first time that it happens to me. So I was wondering if it happened to anybody else in here.
I've seen a couple posts about it. It's probably a psychological thing too.
I see. But anyways, I think it's a good idea what you just said about not really buying APEs or buying AMC, because for some reason, like you're saying, it's actually diluting the price. So people buying the shares for AMC and APEs, and for some reason it just keeps going down instead of going the other way around. So I think it's a great idea just to hold. I think I'm just gonna hold and basically spend my money on an AMC theater. So that's what I'm gonna do from now on.
PJ, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Just because a Fidelity is considering a penny stock doesn't mean it's not still trading on the NYSE. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so just don't let that bother you. And I have Fidelity too, and you just have to fill out a form or let them know that you're okay with the OTC. And even though it's see, this is weird to me because even though it is still trading on the NYSE, right?
Yeah.
I
Of
don't
course.
understand. Yeah, I don't understand why they're doing
It's
that.
just
But
their risk profile. That's all it is.
yeah, okay.
Well, we might as well get into that again. If everybody could please tweet out the call, this is going to be a good one. Of course, I'm going to take heat for this, which is normal. I take heat anyways from all the clowns over the weekend, but I don't care about that. There's been a couple people in the past. There's been some Reddit DD. Even Lou has said it, but I didn't agree with the way he did it. There's been some people in the past who have brought up the idea and the thesis that we are buying ourselves into price dilution. And let me explain this. When you have supply and demand, if you have an unlimited supply of something, that means the price, no matter how high the demand is going to go down. Supply and demand curve is very, very simple, basic Econ 101. The market makers have admitted in the GameStop report, like the Apex clearing guy, he said we have unlimited liquidity. They can sell unlimited shares past a legally issued float of a company because they take your money, they take your order from your broker, they give you an IOU, and they put that buying pressure in the dark pool where they can buy or sell any security they want for any dollar value they want for any amount they want, non-disclosed, right? That's what the dark pools are. That's not what they were made for, but that's what they are. So my thesis is we've watched the stock go from 72 down to 998 or so combined, right? The entire time it's been buy and hodl. So if we're buying nonstop consistently, we're always buying, everybody's increasing their positions, then why is the price going down? If there's a limited supply and we're buying nonstop, high demand, the price should go up. That's not what's happening. We know for a fact that Barclays, we know UBS, and multiple other institutions like Credit Suisse have been caught and fined for selling synthetic shares, naked shorting, and failure to deliver. So we have proof that they are selling us synthetics. And not only that, we had a big time short seller just the other day admit that the stocks are going to die because they can sell unlimited synthetic shares. John Hampton, he is a big time anti-AMC short. He's always admitted it. He's out there in a tweet just the other day admitting that they're selling synthetics. And not even just on AMC, it's a basket of stocks. So here's what I told myself today. I placed my final purchase of APE this morning at an all-time low because I knew coming forward, I am done buying APE. I am done buying AMC. I am going to simply hold for the catalyst coming up and to stop any future dilution from happening because of my buy order. Even with lit exchange, even with however you buy it, whatever it is, the price continues to go down on a very basic level. It's going down because we are diluting the price by buying shares that don't exist. And in that, you dilute the price, but it does not show up on the official outstanding. That's why we're getting all these crazy glitches. We're getting 480% short interest from certain brokers on APE. We're getting $13,000 a share on AMC from FINRA. We're getting these glitches that don't happen to any other stocks because the dark pool data every now and then seems to be leaking out, going into the computations and showing up in the form of glitches. So here's the deal. I'm not telling anybody to stop buying. I'm just giving you the information that I have found and put together in my mind to show everybody that we may be buying this so much that we're diluting our share price down to nothing. And that is why Adam Aaron wanted to do an AMC share offering back when we were at $20, $30 a share. And we denied him and he listened to our request. When he sold, 45 million AMC shares back before the June run up. We ran to $72. And in between that, he did another like 12 to 15 million at the $20 to $50 range and raised a bunch of money. But when he did that, what happens is all the IOUs that the market makers are selling you, that buying pressure, the money you gave them goes into a dark pool. And if they don't use it to reshort the stock, I would be surprised. But that is on their books. That's why Citadel has 65 billion in securities sold, not yet purchased. They can't go out and purchase shares to fulfill your IOU because they don't exist. There's only so many AMC shares that exist legally. So Adam Aaron wanted to dilute the outstanding and put more real shares out into the market, sell them to the market makers so they could bring that buying pressure out of the dark pool. The price would go up. We would see another run. Everybody would cash out, and then we could go back to business. The benefit of us denying the AMC share offering back when we were at 20, 30 bucks is we've created a massive, massive bubble, right? The market makers are holding billions of securities sold, billions of shares sold, not yet purchased. And now Adam Aaron saw an opportunity. He said, I'm going to make a preferred stock. I'm going to make 5 billion of them because I know these market makers are falling apart. They can't stop selling these IOUs because if they do, it's admission that there are no more shares and supply and demand would take back over and the price would go to astronomical levels because we would be holding. So they can't stop selling synthetics. They have to continue. But Adam Aaron can sell them new legally issued shares at a premium to raise money for AMC. And in that fact, they can fulfill our IOUs, putting that buying pressure from the dark pool to the lit exchange, giving us our price, our price discovery. It's all very basic supply and demand. And I had a couple notes here. You can go to multiple different websites, Investopedia, you can go to FINRA, you can go to the SEC, and you can look up synthetic or phantom shares and how selling of securities that are not owned or issued will contribute to price dilution. It's all out there in definition on these websites. Again, the only other way I see for this to make any sense is Adam Aaron sells the shares, we get price movement, or people DRS their position and we prove that the float is owned or the entire outstanding is owned by retail investors. Then Adam Aaron comes out and says, how are you selling shares if we own every single share that's been issued? That gives him legal standing, but not everybody is going to DRS.
So what have you been smoking, man?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't stand that guy. I literally am just so tired of these stupid shills coming in our rooms.
Who was
Give
that,
him a
Spence?
second opportunity, too.
Who was that?
Just John Bennett, some shill that's been bugging us for years. He's one of the UK guys. I'm telling you, a lot of the UK guys that went out of business with White Square Capital and the other funds who shorted GameStop, they come in here and just talk shit nonstop. It's crazy. The other part of this thesis, if we continue to buy, we could end up risking putting the stock under $1. We could end up risking putting APE under $1, and nobody can tell me they're not thinking about that right now. The best way to combat this, in my mind, is to fulfill your position. Get your position where you want it. Get ready. I think the share offering is coming very soon anyways. I think before November. But get your position settled and hold on to your money. I think when we buy synthetics, we are literally paying the market makers who are shorting our stocks extra money to give them liquidity to meet their margin requirements. Because if they're selling securities they don't own, they put the IOUs out, they take our cash, they put it on their books, and they meet their margin. The best thing you can possibly do right now as an AMC investor is go buy every AMC product you can for the entire quarter. Popcorn, movies, candy, AMC on demand, whatever it is. Shoving money into AMC theaters right now is the absolute 100% best option for this play to do what it needs to do.
By the way, Spencer, I don't know if you noticed, but after hours yesterday, the stock started running like a barcode. I don't know if you noticed that.
APE or AMC?
Hey,
I seen right at the end of the after hours, we had a really nice spike on AMC, and then pre-market we had a great spike on AMC. But like I said, man, when people see the stock start running, they start buying in or buying back, and then all of a sudden we have this dilution, because nothing we're buying is how many people are in here right now? Let's see. Oops.
88.
80, 140, 143.
Okay.
So let's say the 143 people in here all have at least 1,000 shares, right? We are a fraction of the total community of 4 million. And I would probably be accurate if I said everybody in here, probably the average in here is probably the average of everybody is probably at least 500 to 700 a share, if not more. So when you think of that, we have bought billions of shares out past what the AMC official outstanding share count is. So what happens if we buy every 516.8 million shares and then another group of people buy another 516.8 million shares that don't exist from the same market? You split your cost in half. You split your price of your stock in half.
It actually makes sense. I mean, if you go to a store and you try to get a pair of Jordans original from the box, but then again, there's another store right next to it where they actually have the same sneakers, like a replica, for half the price. Yep. Which one do you think people are more likely to buy? They're more likely to buy the replica because it looks the same as the original. So I think
but it's half the price.
Right. So I think one way to actually finish all this stuff, they need to validate the stocks that people are buying. Because when you validate it, the stocks, they have also like a serial number, which they can track it down. But the way that that they doing it with all these phantom shares, all these replica shares, is kind of hard because it's a lot of shares, and you know that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thesis for over 2 years has been there's billions of shares out there. And just based on the polls we've run, the simple sample groups of 2,000 to 5,000 people, which they use less on sample groups for presidential election polls, we've showed that it's 500 to 700 average per holder. And user of Intellect's share logging effort they did was fantastic. And they showed like 700 to 1,000, I think, or 600 to 750. So the chances that we have purchased more than legally exist are very high. We have evidence that Barclays, UBS, Credit Suisse, and multiple other institutions have been fined for doing exactly what I'm talking about right now. They were fined for selling synthetic shares that they didn't own or existed, for failure to deliver, for naked shorting. And again, most of the people who are short AMC, the smaller funds, they probably have no idea that they are naked short AMC, if they still are at this point. We're putting hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars into AMC, and it's being diluted because people won't stop buying the stock. The only way to combat that is for Adam Aron to sell new shares out into the market that the market makers can buy and fulfill our IOUs to our brokers, which gives you the initial buying power. When you sell a share that doesn't exist, that initial share never had any buying power. When you sell a share you bought from an IPO out into the market, the initial buying power exists. That's the difference. Every share we buy that is a synthetic has no buying power behind it. Not until it's fulfilled with a legitimate, legally issued share. And Adam Aron knows that. And that's why he did not make this an at-the-market offering. He brokered it through Citigroup and is taking bona fide offers that they will agree or disagree to. And the shorts that came in and tried to say it was at the market, there may be shares sold at the market, but the bulk of the shares that are going to be sold are going to be sold directly to institutions. That's why I'm saying I think right now, for me personally, my logic, it's a bad idea to continue buying shares. If you want to fulfill your position and you want to make it bigger, do you. I'm not telling you you're bad for doing it. But I think for the majority of people in the community of these millions of investors, continuing to endlessly buy shares is diluting our price. And if you think about it, This was not happening back on January 28th. The buy button was removed because supply and demand was working correctly. So what did they do? They went and brokered a deal. They got with FINRA, they got with the Fed, they got with the SEC. They said, we are in deep trouble. We're billions in the hole because of this meme stock movement. We got to waive collateral requirements. We got to waive margin. We got to make sure that we don't collapse because the stock will squeeze. It should have squeezed January 27th. So what they did is they said, go ahead and sell the securities that you don't own out into the market, dilute the price, cover your shorts, and get out of the play. Well, we all know that these people are the kings and queens of moral hazard. They saw a good opportunity to make trillions of dollars by selling endless synthetics out into the market, taking all our money, using it to reshort the stocks, and calling us fools while they do it. It's been 2 years. We saw the stock go from 72 to 989. We've been buying the entire time. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So I want to open the floor up to anybody who's got comments and whatnot.
Spence, I have a question for you. How do you ensure that when Adam Aron is selling these APE shares, there's a price realization on the lit exchange? So
because
my second part is, how do you prevent him from making underhand deals to the parties, just sell it to them directly? Because his goal is to raise capital, right?
He is selling directly, but the shares will have to go through an exchange. They're going to sell the shares through Citigroup, but to be facilitated as an NYSE listed stock, it's got to go through the exchange. Either way, the whole point is, even if he does sell them directly to an institution, the institution has to buy them to facilitate our IOUs, lest they carry that negative balance on their books. You know what I'm saying? Right now, the people who sold us IOUs have on their books billions of dollars of shares sold, not yet purchased. They have to purchase those shares to sell back into our IOUs to our brokers. They don't sell them. They take them, they facilitate the IOU. We see price discovery in the exchange. And then they can take that off of their books, because the more they carry in shares sold, not yet purchased, the worse they're looking on their margin requirement.
So the expected price rise is not a large number, right? It's going to be some finite number.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So the expected price rise, like, this is not going to go into the $100,000, right? It'll be like...
No, I think anybody thinking anything is, it could. It is a possibility. I mean, a meteor could hit the earth tomorrow. That's also a possibility. But anybody basing their investment strategy on selling at $100,000 is probably going to end up a bag holder. I know people don't like to hear it, but that's the truth. I mean, we've all been sitting here waiting for 500K for 2 years. We know the markets do not play fair. We know they'll halt this thing to death. We know they're going to try to maintain it from squeezing out whoever's left in their short positions. But the benefit of this is they've sold so many shares they don't own. When Adam Aron does sell these APE to them, there's going to be a lot of money hitting the stock in a short period of time. And funny enough, this is the most important thing. Right now, I know that there are 3 bonds. Each have at least a 5.5 to 6.5 coupon that are yielding 23%. These AMC bonds have a call due on November 6th, 2022, meaning Adam Aron can call those bonds, buy them back, and close them out. Guess what he needs to do that? He's going to need a lot of money. That's where I think APE will come in. He's going to have these sales completed, or at least some done before November 6th, so that they can pay off these bonds. That way they won't have this crazy interest going into 2023.
So what will be the dynamics on AMC then? Like, if Adam Aron sells enough APE shares that can be converted into AMC shares, right? only then will they be able to fulfill their obligation on the short sale that they did, right?
The short sale or the synthetics they sold. And where they're going to get the APE after they say they get the APE, they buy it, they clear our IOUs, we get real shares and the price goes up. You're going to see retail investors start selling APE back into the market. That way the institutions have an opportunity to load up and then go, okay, it's conversion time. So now all these institutions who have loaded up on APE after retail starts selling is going to convert to AMC, and they can start fulfilling the AMC IOUs and naked shorts. And that way AMC is going to run too. The funny thing is, and this is the back to the general thesis of the very beginning, is that the longer everyone hodls, the higher the price will go. But in your personal investment plan, you take the risk of being left behind. We can't coordinate a hold. We can't tell everybody to do the same thing we're doing because it's illegal, even though, I mean, institutions are doing that. You have to decide what your MOAS is for yourself. What is the amount of money you need to make your life better and put you in a better situation? Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I think that's a very practical and very pragmatic point. I think I understand that.
What's up? Can I just say something that I think you're missing, and that Spence kind of touched on it, is he is diluting, but it's already been diluted. That's what the FTDs and the shorts are. All he's doing is helping them close their FTDs and pulling the dilution off the market and capitalizing on it. That's 100%. The key point, and that's really the play that's happening right now.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point.
Man, PJ just left me up here. She just bounced out. So we got 182 people in this call, and we got 216 on YouTube, which is awesome, and I appreciate everybody coming. If you guys could please comment and tweet out the call. I'm trying to see what Tara's doing. Maybe she doesn't want to come in my call with me. But yeah, this is a great conversation we're having. Everybody's bringing up extremely valid questions. And again, I'm operating on the knowledge I have and the information I've received. And if you really take a step back and think about it, the main thesis this entire time has been there's billions of synthetic shares out there that shouldn't exist that do. And guess who bought them? We did. So.
And your thesis, I do believe, is right, because I kind of looked at that the other day, closer on pre-selling. So they're selling us naked shorts. The buying pressure is being put off. Just like about a week ago, right at 11 a.m., there was a 500,000 shares went through the dark pool at about 11:35. All of that was at $7.40 on one tick on 1 minute. Was the buying pressure. So they did all the selling pressure in the exchange, held all those buys over to clear them out.
Yep. So
you are right. It hurts us the more we. And I'm not saying not buy, because I hate to say it. I'm still buying.
Right.
But it does hurt. Just understand that.
It's something to think about. If you have a massive position, you're at this point, you're just diluting your own stock price. So you've got to decide, are you going to continue to build your position, or are you going to go along with the thesis that we're buying synthetics and diluting our own price? I mean, Investopedia has an entire sheet on this about how phantom shares dilute the stock price when they're selling them when they don't exist. What's up, Janglo? What's up, man? Jahangalo? How do I say that name right? If you're talking, you're muted, bud.
Yeah, how are you?
There you are.
Yeah, I agree, because Mr. Leibowitz and I have already said that we have a little fear that, thinking outside the box and sharing those thoughts sometimes get us attacked by, apes in the community, which I think is wrong, because collectively we are asking each other to support one another and huddle, But a simple theory that I put up, if someone gets indicted for selling 1 million raffle tickets for a flat screen, and then they get released on bond and they sold 3 million. They easily are 2 million in surplus. They could satisfy that million FTDs. The flat screen go out. Now they're in the black, right? So our theory is now going forward, maybe 2, 3, or 4 people from 50 states, 49 states could file the writ mandamus. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And at some point, 2 or 3 might gain traction and force the SEC, the DOJ, to actually do their job. Just sitting there waiting for the spark plug to fire or the battery to pick up or the alternator to move, it's not going to work, you know?
Correct.
So
this is what Lou was talking about, or not Lou. This is what Al from Boston was talking about just yesterday.
Right. So together, we're going to get together for some coffee because a little bit about our backgrounds. He and I share this commonality where he litigated certain issues and got parks fixed in his community, while I fought for my son 9 years and 7 months, received full custody from an LPN, and she got no legal visitation. By the time I was done, learned so much legal jargon and stuff like that. So we have this fire, and this is the commonality that will drive us, and hopefully in every little village and town across America, we can get together and do this, because part of our huddling is to change the system. And just buying and holding and, regurgitating stats and graphs really won't change the system, in my opinion. So my contribution that I wanted to share to see some of the apes can get to a position where we all do this collectively across America and really make some change,
I
Yeah,
completely agree, man.
ransom. They're holding us ransom, and we can't let the bad guys win. Gary Gensler ain't gonna turn in his co-conspirators, and vice versa. And lest we forget that he has this conflict of interest LLC, a mini hedge fund, so to speak, and nobody has, come down on him for that. We're really trying a case where we're trying Lucifer and Helen, expecting to win the case. Simply put, you know. So
Absolutely.
I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for the floor. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I totally support what you're saying. Like, you keep buying the same fake raffle tickets to increase your odds of winning the flat screen, and it ain't getting given out. And even if it doesn't get awarded to you, you have a whole stack of useless paper to throw in a bonfire that you shouldn't have really bought so much of anyways, So let us get to some FINRA filings, some writ mandamus filings, and attack it from this way, because we have a great CEO that's going to do his thing. He's tactical, he's strategic. And I just think we also need to accept this is America, and people need to be entitled to their organic opinion. Don't bash a guy that collectively is helping the movement by buying and holding too,
Yeah, we just got to keep our minds open. This theory has been out there for a while, and I disagreed with it at first because we didn't have the information we have today. We just saw FINRA fine 3 entities for doing exactly what we're talking about, which is selling synthetics or phantom shares. So if we continue to buy these synthetics, which APE just hit a new low of $22.24, which is ridiculous. If we keep buying these synthetics, we're just contributing to dilution of our own stock price. And the problem, the money they're getting from us buying synthetics, is billions of dollars that they're using against us. I think my personal opinion and my personal strategy now is just to hold.
Right.
And to keep going to the movies theaters and giving AMC revenue. So.
Yeah. Another analogy is, if you want drugs gone from your neighborhood and the commission of police is never coming and sending cops when you call, because the pastor who campaigns and let him comes to the church and endorses his candidacy is the biggest user of drugs, you got to either, I don't want to say burn the church down, but you got to find a new place of worship. You know what I mean? You can't do the same thing and expect a different outcome. I really love your.
Here's the compromise, and I
Yeah,
can't believe I didn't say this earlier, man. Here's the compromise.
I regard
If
you as a
you
progressive American. Forget your service to country. I love when a man say, "Yo, man, you know, I fucked up. I was wrong. We ain't perfect." And some of us are afraid to admit we're novices. We just set up a Robinhood or a Fidelity account. We transferred money in, and we started doing past. We're saying, "Yeah, you're right, bud. What I found. Oh, you like, you retweet." And that's where we're birthed into this thing. And I embrace you for saying that. I'm more proud of the fact that you said you were surprised you didn't say it. Then you come out with this arrogance and say, "Yeah, I've been knowing this, you know what I'm saying, but I really had to do more D&D." You know, anything disingenuous is, I'm proud of you for doing that. So don't worry, man. Get back and support your position. You know?
Thanks, man. And here's one of the most important things I can say right now. I forgot to say this in the tweet, which probably would have made it go over a lot better. The most important thing you can do to fight stock dilution, synthetic stock dilution, because we're buying synthetics, is buy AMC directly from ComputerShare. If you buy stock directly from ComputerShare, it goes into book entry form, and it is a registered share of AMC that is a legally issued share. And once the float's logged, the game's over. If you want to continue to buy it there. Now, that's probably part of one of the reasons why you can't buy APE from ComputerShare, because they know none exists. That is a huge problem. Adam Aaron has most likely been fighting this. That is why he said that the APE dividend would be a form of a share count. I think buying AMC from ComputerShare is probably one of the best things you could possibly do right now. They're the official transfer agent, and it's super easy to buy from ComputerShare. I've done videos on it. You go to computershare.com, you click want to purchase a stock. Your first stock purchase will actually set your account up for you. It takes about 3 to 5 days for it to go through. Then your account's set up, and in 7 days, you can log in and see your position. But buying through any exchange right now, any broker, I fully believe it's just contributing to price dilution, which we're seeing day after day. Unless we get little hiccups where companies are going out of business or they get margin called, and then we see little 10%, 20% pops, which is what we saw the past maybe a couple days ago. We saw somebody get a little margin call and have to clear some of their synthetic positions. So I think that probably makes people feel better when I say you can continue to buy through ComputerShare and you're not adding to the synthetic purchase dilution. I think that's one of the most important things. But again, for everybody that just joined, we've got evidence that they are selling us synthetic shares. And by definition, if you sell something that does not exist, that represents something that does exist, it dilutes the value on a basic supply and demand curve. It's basic market structure, like 101. What's up, Zero?
Hey, how you doing, boss? What's going on?
Good, man. How you?
Good. Listen, I got a question. What happened to Melvin's position in AMC and GME?
Who knows? My theory is that Melvin was probably short AMC or short the IWM. And 2 weeks before they announced their closure, we saw that run on AMC to $31 out of nowhere. So that may be it, but I couldn't tell you because they don't have to report their shorts.
Right.
I mean, the IWM spiking and GameStop and AMC running to pretty decent levels right a couple weeks before Melvin decides they're going to close down is, in my mind, that's an indicator. So maybe, possibly, but what's up, Swing?
How's it going?
Pretty good. Besides Ape dumping to new lows just for a split second there.
Yeah. Market is very interesting, seeing all sorts of oddities and between the SPY and the Qs and UVXY. It's it's like there's a lack of liquidity or something, you know?
Yeah, I wonder why that is. I wonder why there would be a lack of liquidity.
But you know, I saw that Credit Suisse is doing absolutely fine. That's why they're selling a hotel, probably on a fire sale. Nothing like an illiquid asset like a hotel, you know, to try and beef up your cash position.
Let's sell physical property. We're not in trouble though. The first thing anybody does when they're in financial trouble is they start to sell physical property. I gotta look that up.
And something like a hotel that, you know, that's not going to close quickly unless there is someone just sitting, you know, like the Black Rocks of the world who, you know, don't have a ton of liquidity right now. You know, you need someone like that to swoop in with a check and say, here you go. And otherwise there's all sorts of due diligence and, you know, financials that you go over when you're talking about an asset like a hotel.
Here's a beautiful article from The Guardian. Credit Suisse puts Zurich Hotel up for sale in urgent liquidity dash. That's beautiful.
But according to their CEO, their cash position and balance sheet and everything, that's just fine.
Yeah, the Bear Stearns CEO said they were fine too. We all know how that ended. Well, again, like I said, you know, the whole thesis about, I was going to say something to you, Swing. I forgot in my tweet earlier to put, which would have made it go over a lot better than it did. Not buying any more shares from market makers or any more shares from brokers. Any new AMC shares that people are buying, I think they should buy directly through ComputerShare, and that is it. Until the float's locked in and the game is over.
I mean, it legitimizes every share, you know, as far as the share that's either in your account or currently, and transfer them over, and or, you know, once they become ComputerShare directly registered, you know that that's an actual share. That's the only way. Otherwise, 100%. It's all synthetic. Basically, every share in the stock market is synthetic. If you want to get technical about it, there is no such thing as a synthetic versus real share until it's registered with the company, because otherwise, you know, there's unlimited liquidity. The market makers tell us that themselves.
You know, former SEC branch chief Lisa Braganca, I hope I said her name right. She literally tweeted the other day, the only thing you can do is direct register your shares. That's the only way you know you have a true share. And that's it. And it drives me nuts that we had so much FUD come from so many people in the community who are less than amateur investors, who do not know market structure, who don't know anything that they're talking about other than just entertaining people and chasing clout, say that ComputerShare was the devil and Citadel owns it and you'll never be able to sell your shares. I've been buying shares from ComputerShare every single month of AMC, and I'm telling you, every time it buys, I always end up getting a better price than when I buy, one click through my broker. So my ComputerShare account's getting loaded up pretty nice. And I have no problem with it. I get letters in the mail. I log in every day. I check my stats. I set my limit orders, all that. But the 100% surefire way we can get a reconciled share count and know that there's shares out there that don't exist is if we, as individual retail investors, all decide to buy shares on ComputerShare directly, have them registered on book, and we log, say, 490 million or 500 million or whatever, and we don't even need to do that. Whatever the difference is that the institutions don't own. It's literally as simple as that. And I know a lot of people have been doing it that listen to us. I'm really excited to see the ComputerShare report at the next annual meeting in June. I've been trying to work with investor relations to see if they could start dropping it on the quarterlies. That would be really nice.
The one thing that I'm surprised at, I have not called recently. Maybe you have, Spence. Have you been able to buy APE yet through ComputerShare?
No.
Last I looked, it was still just transfer in only, which I find odd.
I have a feeling it's because they know they don't have any legitimate shares.
Yeah, the person I spoke with claimed it was at direction of AMC, but anyway, it's weird. It's odd to me that permission is not turned on. It's like, okay, well, turn it on. Let's do this. Let's lock it up.
Tara, hello, darling. How are you?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. We're doing a space call.
Oh, you're doing a space call?
Yeah.
Wow,
It's neat.
crazy.
I got 271 people on YouTube right now too, live stream.
Holy dang. That's a lot of people. Maybe I should be live streaming. I could take half your people real quick. Guys, go to my live stream. My live stream is going to be way better than Spence's live stream. I'm just letting you know. I'm just kidding.
I'm just going to stream your live stream on my live stream.
No, I was going to stream your live stream on my live stream. Wait, how's that going to work?
See?
Hey, I'm gonna dual screen both of your live streams on mine, and then you're both out of business. So there.
Wait,
and
that's gonna lose.
Swing's gonna be accepting all the super chats, streaming our streams simultaneous.
It'll be members only.
You guys are diluting me and taking all my value from my stream because you're creating synthetic streams.
Oh my gosh, that was mind blowing. That was perfect.
But if we cross the streams, then what happens?
No, you never cross the streams.
Wait, are you gonna cross streams with Spence?
No, I was gonna cross your stream with Spence's stream and stream them both on my stream. So I don't even know.
Why'd you invite me in here? I just come and ruin the whole space. I'm gonna leave.
No, you provided a perfect example of synthetic dilution by stealing my live stream.
True story. I mean, you did it. I mean, you made the connection there. But yeah, it's true. It's true. What a crazy week it has been. Oh my gosh.
It's been insane.
I'm wondering how many people are going to, is it Atlanta that AA is going to next?
Sure is. ATL, baby.
Yeah,
you know, did you see the other news, Tara?
I haven't been on here at all today. So yeah, catch me up if you can.
Netflix is going to play their production, The Onion. It's like a Golden Onion or something, a Knives Out experience, like murder mystery. They're going to be playing it in 200 AMC locations on Thanksgiving.
Oh wait,
and
I
Regal
did see that. Someone tagged me in that. They made a post. Is that the one you're referring to? The person who made
you should go talk shit to Gasparito immediately.
That's so amazing. I mean, when you think about it, how long have we been saying that would be? Because let's face it, Netflix is losing a ton of money. So they know that they need to make up for it somehow. A lot of people are, predicting that they're probably going to end up doing Netflix for free and then start having ads. So then you pay for a a subscription and not have to see ads while you watch Netflix, because they're losing so much money, and so many, people who are subscribed. So I don't know. I think this is a big step in the right direction for streaming and movie theaters to coexist.
Absolutely. I would watch the entire Spartacus series in theater, and I would pay a pretty good price to do it. I like to watch certain series. Everything else that's on Netflix, if it's not like a movie I like, it's just garbage. I don't watch it. I like specific series that I like to get into, and I watch them all the way through, and then I'm done, and then I delete my account. If Netflix starts hosting their content in more movie theaters like AMC, I will resub to Netflix.
Well, and you have to remember that the Oscars have come out and said that you're not going to qualify for nomination or winning an Oscar for these streamed movies unless it shows on the big screen. So it puts these movie houses, or puts the production in a catch-22, because the actors and actresses and directors and production and all those people that want to get nominated for Oscars, if they're in a good movie, they're not going to sign up for these streaming movies unless they promise to be shown in theaters so that they can possibly be nominated for these award shows, because that's what they go for. They want to get those awards and get that recognition. Who doesn't? So unless Netflix wants to become the Hallmark Channel and show a bunch of B movies that nobody cares about watching, they're going to have to, in order to get the best talent, the best directors, best everything, they're going to have to start showing on the big screen. It's a necessary part of the business.
Can you imagine, Don't Look Up was a great movie on Netflix, right? That should have been on the big screen. That should have been in movie theaters. I've watched it probably 4 times already on my sister's account. Omni, what's up, man?
I thought you didn't sub, but okay, I'll forgive you since you're not paying for it.
Nope, I'm under my mom's login on my sister's account.
In your mom's basement, right?
Yep, in my mom's basement. I was in my sister's basement when I went home, just to be clear. Which my sister is in charge, man. Nobody says anything to her that she does not approve of, and you do what she says, and there's no problems in the world. That's the bottom line.
Pretty sure that's how all sisters are.
Oh, I don't argue with her. She's correct. But she is an AMC ape. Very much.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, shorts need to take that under consideration. Spence's sister is an ape, and you don't mess with her. So
I'll get her on Twitter. I'll get her an account started, and I'll have her tweet one tweet. Shorts better close their positions now, and we will squeeze. I guarantee it. I'll work with her. I'll get her on that. She hates social media, though, so. Omni, what's up, dude?
I don't think the shorts can actually close out the position right now. I think we just got to, like you said, let's hold and let's spend the most money we can going to the movie theaters. And that's about it, guys. I mean, there's nothing else to basically say, because if we keep buying, we're just going to dilute the price a little bit more. So even though it sounds weird, but unfortunately, it's the truth.
Unless you're buying directly from Computer Share, you're probably diluting the price by buying AMC in the open market. More than likely, your money's going straight to the dark pool. You're getting an IOU, and it's diluting the stock price. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, what's up, Omni? What's going on, man?
Sure. So that's what I was kind of wondering. I watch your videos, and it makes sense. So if we're still buying it on, just through regular brokerages and not buying a Computer Share, but obviously this can't get out to everyone, how do we get ahead of that? Because we're going to constantly, people are still going to buy every day. It's kind of like routine. But if they're not buying on Computer Share, is it eventually we're just going to cycle this over, or we have a fit in game?
I'm just putting the information out there. This is the most important thing, is there's still people that are trading on Robinhood. There's still people using Webull, and they DM me when big events happen, and they're like, oh my God, I didn't get my APE, or oh my God, Webull won't let me sell. And I'm like, that's your fault. If you're still with these shitty brokers that screwed us over on January 27th and for the past 2 years, because you're scared or lazy to get away from those brokers, and I know some people keep a couple shares in there for any lawsuits, which is smart. But if you're still using these brokers, you're the enemy. It doesn't matter. If you buy AMC with Robinhood, you're hurting everybody. Bottom line. So the way to get around this is 100% to buy shares directly from ComputerShare. Don't transfer any unless you want to. If you're scared of transferring, just start buying directly from ComputerShare. We will eventually log the entire flow.
Now, are we doing that with just AMC and GME, or are we doing HYMC, all of them, or just those couple?
If they sell HYMC, that's what I'm saying. Any stock that is being synthetically sold or naked shorted, you should be buying directly from ComputerShare. And that's part of what Swing said. It's interesting that APE will not sell, or ComputerShare will not sell APE. They'll only accept transfer-ins, because I think they are already at a point where they know there's not enough APE out there to be sold. So they're just not facilitating it. But say this, if we've already bought millions of AMC shares, imagine everybody buying another 400 million directly from ComputerShare, and now it's all registered on book and we have a reconciled share count immediately. We don't need Adam Aaron to do anything. We can get a reconciled share count by ourselves if everybody decides to buy directly from ComputerShare.
No, I'm still been buying every week. All right, so that makes sense. Just wanted to check it. Sounds good.
Yeah. My thesis right now is if you're buying from a broker, APE or AMC, you're probably diluting the stock price because you are buying a synthetic share from a market maker. Your money goes into the dark pool and never sees the light of day again until Adam Aaron does this APE share offering.
Do you think it's just those stocks, or do you think it's pretty much every stock?
I think it's a large basket of probably 100 to 200 stocks. I mean, heck, most of the ones on my watch list, AMC, APE, BBIG, Highcroft Mine, GME, Bed Bath & Beyond, they're probably all being synthetically or naked shorted. I mean, we have admission of it through FINRA charges and SEC charges. And then John Hempton himself, Mr. AMC Short, he's out there. He tweeted that there's no way around us to beat this because of synthetic share selling. And he tweeted that just the other day. It was in Aviv's post, man. It was a phenomenal post that he did, that Aviv did.
So now GME looks like when you ever go to that Sanko tracker, it's almost 46% logged. You think if we got GME to the 100%, we could do the same thing?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Even with GME being 46% logged, the price will still go down if the majority of the GME people are buying, or not even GME people, just investors are buying shares from just a regular broker, unless you're transferring them in to register them. I think if everybody just started buying their shares from ComputerShare, which is super easy to do, this thing would just absolutely explode. When we started the DRS push last time, we went from $9 all the way up to $27 the day of the APE offering. And people were DRSing their shares. And then we quit talking about it, and all of a sudden we're back in the dirt again. What's up, Yair?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that the problem of Jon Stewart, they're having a podcast next week with Gary Gensler. And so they're asking to drop any questions that you might have for him. I'm pinning it to the top, so anyone can, in case have any questions for Gary, hopefully it gets asked to him.
My question would be, and I'm going to submit it, why does the SEC allow market makers to sell endless synthetic shares while holding buying pressure in the dark pool?
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, he'll put his hands up and go, oh, wait a minute, this is really complicated. Cool. So he's
I
going to
don't
be
know.
back on.
The more I see that guy, the more it's like this guy's not doing anything for no retail investor. He just basically doing his process with his eyes closed because he knows what's going on. But I guess he's profiting from that too. So what can you do about that?
If he shut down the dark pool, if he said no more retail orders going to dark pool, one, somebody would probably assassinate him. Two, the entire market would collapse. The stocks would explode, and all these market makers and some of the banks would go out of business overnight. I mean, Citadel had 65 billion in securities sold, not yet purchased on their balance sheet. That is a huge portion of their entire liquidity. It's like all of it almost. It's huge. They would go out of business if they couldn't facilitate dark pool trading. That's why he won't do it.
Remember, that's where they actually grabs the infinity supply. So, once you get rid of that, how you going to get the supply? Like they say.
That's right. If they didn't have a dark pool, in the dark pools, you can sell anything for any dollar value at any quantity without disclosing it to anybody.
Hey, really quick.
I mean,
Spence, can I say something really quick?
What's up, Lukazi?
I'm a diplomatic person, and I don't fall into people's arguments with each other and things like that, correct?
Yeah, what's up?
For Mark Cahodes to, that's it. I feel it's embarrassing for him. I'm embarrassed for him. Number one, for him to switch the narrative as quickly as he did and start attacking people. And that goes to show you that sometimes people will only pretend to have people's best interest at hand to get infiltrate into people to get in their minds. And if he didn't have a vested interest, why is he creating this narrative towards you? And I hope that and going forward that there is a lot of lessons learned from that, because I just read his tweets and I was just like, I wouldn't do that even if I was angry. I don't angry tweet towards people that I talk to if we've been we've had any kind of interpersonal or non-personal relationship. I think that it's a very negative, and it's really embarrassing. It shows his high amount of immaturity, and it also makes me suspect that he is not for the best interest of us, basically. So, I don't know how you're going to respond or deal with that, but for me, I find it quite.
I haven't even read it.
Yeah, so it's very embarrassing for him to.
I get attacked 20, 30 times a day, usually by apes, honestly.
Well, everybody
or so-called apes.
Everybody has a different opinion, and I personally don't give a rat's ass who does what to who, as far as these small little firestorms that go on in this. But he's been leading people on to try to accept his idea, and then if you don't, or if something is negative between you, or there's friction, there's no civil discourse. And that's what a lesson that we all need to take from this is that, if we have a difference of opinion, it can be settled with civil discourse and conversation. That's how things get worked out. You can't work out things by two lions beating each other up in the jungle, because once you beat the shit out of each other, then the hyenas can take advantage of both of you. You understand?
Yeah, I don't even know what he's been tweeting. I have no personal issue with Mark. Anybody who is wishing for the stock to fail is obviously not in our best interest. That's a given. But I get personal attacks more from apes than I do even short sellers.
Well,
a couple weekends ago was absolutely insane that so many apes were coming out and attacking me over the weekend for just speaking my mind. That's absolutely insane. Everybody's focused on, different people or certain individuals, but these guys literally came out, attacked Tara, attacked me, were absolutely degrading in their tweets to the point to where their accounts got suspended. So, Lukazi, I don't really take offense to anything or anyone anymore. I'm just trying to stay on target with what's going on with the structure of the AMC play and the markets right now. So, but I hear what you're saying, man.
Well, I mean, I'll say this loud and clear. I'm not here to there've been things that you guys have said that I didn't disagree with, but I didn't yell at you. I was just like, oh well, that's their opinion.
Right.
And I'm not, people accuse people of clout chasing and all that things like that. I'm well known in other places. So, I mean, I'm not here for, for the clout of this. I'm here because I'm concerned about other people's well-being and people having the future when they've been stolen from for so long. I mean, I have other things that I've been nominated for an honorary doctorate degree. I'm developing
nice.
a television program behind that. There's going to be all kinds of news flying around about me shortly, nationwide. And the reason that I'm here is because there's the little guys that have been cheated and have been stolen from and robbed and lied to. And it goes to everybody. And, you guys can get mad at each other and cuss each other out and do things like that. But, in the long term, we're all getting robbed. People are robbing people with no money. They're taking what little money they have left and preventing them from having anything. And it's like a game to them. They get in these medical stocks, and there's a little kid somewhere that needs a treatment, and they short the treatment down to where they can't raise the money to put it on the market. I mean, it's stuff like that. And my sense of empathy has led me to, stick in the corner of the AMC, GameStop, the investors, And
But just so you know, I mean, this actually has been going on for a really long time.
Yes,
The
I
only
know.
reason why people know about it now is because we're exposing it and we're trying to change the way things are done. I mean, if you look at Best Buy, they got shorted, they got what they wanted, they went bankrupt, they went out of business. Guess what? The Best Buy thing, Toys R Us, they still haven't even closed they haven't closed it out yet. Still open. Why? Because that's a way for them to save some taxes,
Well,
save a lot of money.
Toys R Us is the one that really pissed me off because who hasn't been at a Toys R Us drunk? Raise your hand. I want to know because if not, then I don't think you're human.
I've never been to a Toys R Us drunk.
Me neither, but I have been to Toys R Us and rode around on all their little bikes and their little electric cars and stuff. So that was good times. They have like Cadillac Escalades mini size in there. Or
they need to reopen Toys R Us and put a bar in there.
Actually, there is a Toys R Us open by American Dream. If you go to New Jersey, they have one open.
I mean, they need to put a legitimate bar in there. I mean, seriously. Because the majority of people that you see in Toys R Us playing are adults. It's not kids.
Oh my gosh. Lukazi, are you one of those people that's like getting the McDonald's Happy Meals too, or what? Like the adult Happy Meals at McDonald's?
The adult Happy Meal? No, I haven't done that yet. I haven't even had the Popeye's chicken sandwich. I mean,
I love how he says I haven't done that yet.
No, I haven't done that yet. I mean,
like on my way.
But I don't know. Is it just a regular ass McDonald's meal with a toy?
I don't know. I keep seeing like ads for it and hearing ads for it for an adult Happy Meal at McDonald's. I'm like, what is happening in this world?
You got to keep in mind, I'm country, so whenever I buy a hamburger, I have I have friends that have farms and they slaughter a cow every year, and you buy a portion of it, and you get $800 worth of meat for $300. So instead of going and paying these ridiculous prices, and I can make great hamburgers myself, so. I mean, the only time I would go to a McDonald's is if I absolutely had to. So.
I mean, just so you know, the hamburgers in McDonald's, they have the synthetic meat, so you got to be careful with that.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
I
don't know. Maybe you can get synthetic chicken nuggets in your adult Happy Meal at McDonald's. I don't know.
Pass all that. The last time I had a McDonald's hamburger, it sucked all the moisture out of my head, and I looked like that shrunken head on Beetlejuice.
You can get synthetic nuggets at AMC now, right? I mean, the Impossible Nuggets.
That's true.
At some point in time, I hope that everybody that was in this, because I've been in this early, everybody knows that, early. And I hope that people can find even ground to where we can all be back and on the same page that we were on early on. That's what I would like to see. That's what the one thing that I would want to see. And people have to, in order for people to mend differences and stop fighting with each other, you have to take the pride out of the way, and try to circumvent and climb past the mountains of the disagreements that you had in the first place. So, the pride thing, somebody says something to somebody in front of somebody, and then they're like, oh shit, I got to respond. And then next thing you know, it escalates. And then people have friends, and then you have people that throw gasoline on things. And then next thing you know, there's this full war going on with people that were actually getting along as kids. You know what I mean? That's what I say. If you're little kids and you're all playing together, but whenever you get to be adults, you're all fighting with each other because people have injected differences into your brain. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of fast food, since we were talking about
God, we're
McDonald's,
slipping down the slopes of hell here. Go ahead.
yeah, I found 16-ounce bottles of Arby's sauce in my Kroger yesterday, so I'm a pretty happy camper right now.
I went to a discount store and I found cases of McRib sauce. I've got like a case of McRib sauce in my house.
Ugh, oh God.
The sauce,
McRib is how you synthetically dilute your lifespan.
The sauce is really good. You're talking about the McRib. I'm talking about the sauce. The sauce is really good if you put it on some actual real meat, I mean, people build kit cars all the time. It'll be a Fiero with a Lamborghini body on it. Looks like a Lamborghini, but it's a Fiero. So that's what a McDonald's hamburger is. It looks like a hamburger, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're putting in it. Soylent green or something. I don't know.
Oh,
I posted up top a really good thread. Dave Lauer posted about UBS.
But see, the thing is I'm going to say basically, this. I'm going to stop. I don't want.
Okay, sure.
Can everybody hear each other, or what's going on?
Somebody muted me.
Could you hear Swing talking?
No.
Dude, our space calls have been jacked up lately. Swing was saying something real quick. Lucazzi, if you want to try to drop down and then come, I'll re-add you. Maybe that'll fix it.
No, I can hear you. Okay, hold on a second.
All right, go ahead, Swing.
So yeah, I was just saying that Dave Lauer had a pretty good thread on a violation that UBS got recently from FINRA, basically talking about how they naked shorted and how they failed, how they used securities from other arms of their company to cover FTDs, as well as it's very interesting about the mechanics. So anybody wants to read it, I won't do it justice because it is quite lengthy as far as me versus unless I just read it out for everybody, which I feel like is everyone's capable of doing for themselves. So I recommend taking a look at it because for anyone who questions the validity of naked shorts and whether they exist, it's clear as day, and that it's out there. And here is a company getting, not just a company, one of the largest market participants in the world getting their hand slapped for naked shorting. So
I'll read it. It's a phenomenal tweet. So I'll go through it real quick. This is from Dave Lauer. Okay. So often when you bring up naked shorting and failure to delivers with anyone in the industry, they will say that it used to be a problem, but Reg Show fixed it. The claim is always that this is not happening anymore because of the robust compliance and enforcement. UBS would like a word. This week, UBS was fined $3 million in 2 actions by FINRA and censored. The actions were straightforward. They did not properly close out FTDs. They sold stock they did not have. And then they did not deliver the stock for 9 years. This is an interesting glimpse into a firm that is clearly trying to circumvent the rules. For example, they counted certain shares that they should not have as offsetting shorts and eliminating delivery obligations. They pretended limit orders and non-executed VWAPs satisfied FTDs. That's one of the most important statements I've ever read or seen on Twitter. They pretended limit orders and non-executed VWAPs satisfied FTDs. So that's probably how they cleared the 43 million APE FTDs. The second action is also pretty interesting and not getting much attention. UBS used positions in overseas affiliates to count towards netting out short positions. This is a tactic I've highlighted before and mentioned to people in the industry. They told me it's not possible. And then he has an overview. From 2009 to 2018, UBS violated Rule 204 of Regulation, SHO, and FINRA Rule 2010. First, for approximately 3 years, UBS improperly used revocable volume-weighted average price VWAP transactions or limit orders to address buy-in obligations for failure to deliver positions, resulting in approximately 5,300 violations of Rule 204A and at least 71,000 violations of the penalty box pre-borrow requirements of 204B. Second, for nearly 7 years, when UBS released shares from segregation in connection with customer long sales, UBS erroneously considered those shares available to close out failure to delivers, causing UBS to undercalculate the shares it was required to borrow or purchase to comply with Rule 204A. Third, during various time periods from 2009 to 2016, 4 of UBS order management systems did not restrict all short sales in securities with an unsatisfied closeout requirement, resulting in at least another 2,567 violations of Rule 204B. Now, in that, I made an entire video about how they were violating Reg Show 204, 10B21, 203, 201, everything with August 22nd was completely in violation of FINRA and Reg Show regulations. I highly, highly suggest everybody go read the rest and the entire tweet that Dave Lauer has just put out. That is phenomenal.
Okay. It is. I mean, the part that boggles my mind is that, I mean, it's clear as day that they knowingly did this and they purposefully had systems set up to avoid closing out these positions because they know that closing them out would have worked against their positions, and or who knows, their it could be that they also didn't want to hurt the hedge funds and anybody else that was, you know, had a position adjacent to theirs. Because that's the thing with these prime brokers. They not only have their own book to worry about, but they also know who they've loaned these shares out to and their relationships with those banks, and know that if they have to make a move that might cause their hedge funds to make another move, both of those together would work out against them. So they don't want that to happen. So, you know, they just skirt the rules knowing that chances are that FINRA and SEC and whoever will take them years and years to figure it out. Like, think about the billions of dollars that UBS, and because they didn't even have the systems in place to catch themselves on this. So it sounds like to me that FINRA doesn't even really know how deep that rabbit hole goes with UBS. They see part of it, and so they slapped him with the fine based off of what they could prove, but they didn't even have the compliance systems set up for them to really look into how often this happens. They caught them one time. They basically, it's kind of like catching somebody speeding. They caught them speeding, but it isn't like they have a computer system in their car that monitors what their speed is, like those those systems that you can have for your insurance company, where they monitor your speeding and then your braking and all of that, so that they can rate you as a safe driver or not. You know, it seems to me that that's what's needed. And if you think about what that process is, it's blockchain. You know.
Okay, can I say something really quick? I gotta go. My battery's going dead. There's some weird shit going on here. It took me like 5 minutes to get in here. No, what I was gonna say is Spence, Taro, Swing, everybody on here. We can go through this without being at war with each other, and I'm gonna tell everybody this. And if they get angry at me, I'm fine with it. But I think that we're better not. This is a war that the retail investors are involved in, and you can't win a war whenever your troops are fighting with each other. And you know, I only want people to be happy and succeed. That's pretty much it, you know. And so that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna step down.
Thank you, Lukazi. You know, I've known you now for going on 2 years from these spaces, and it's always just been such a pleasure, like, to be in this with people like yourself, people who understand what we're here for. I get it, like, people like Mark Cahotis and stuff don't fully grasp the purpose. Like, they definitely think we're all about money. It's more than money. Like, for me, yeah, when I initially bought AMC, it was a money play, like a squeeze play. I wanted what happened with GME to happen with AMC, which I do think it potentially could have, or close to it, had they not removed the buy button on January 28th. But what Mark and so many others who are on the outside looking in and telling us how wrong we are don't realize is that it's principle at this point. It's not about the CEO of the company. It's not about anything but principle, and knowing that there are fines happening right now as we speak because of us. You can credit yourself and everyone else who's stuck around for this fight for that happening, because I truly believe they would have continued to just get away with what they were doing quietly in the background if we were not all out here making as much noise as we've been making. And it's people like you, Lukazi, people like Spence, who put yourselves out there, everyone who comes up and speaks on these calls, everyone who continues to talk about it and be about it and tweet about it and do FOIA requests, like Ethan, like Spence, the work behind the scenes, the work out in the open. Yeah, we're going to get haters. We're going to get people who just accept the market for what it is, corrupt and broken and messed up and built to make us all lose, while the big guys continue to win and hold their hands on our heads and push us down deeper into a hole. But at the end of the day, as long as we are all here shoulder to shoulder, and like Lukazi just said, in this fight with each other. We don't have to always agree on everything. We don't have to be best friends. We don't even have to like each other, but it doesn't change the fact that we all have the same end game. We all have the same goal. And yeah, some of us are in different lanes, but we're all racing to the same finish line. And that's the thing, is like, I just appreciate and respect you, Lukazi, and so many other people who, you know, you saw the turmoil that Mark brought upon me, because he quickly went from, I want to help Joe Sixpack, to I want to bash the CEO. I want to bash the apes. I want to bash people. That was something I could not have foreseen. Had I, you know, been able to have, you know, foresight and know that that's what the approach that he was going to take, I would never have spoke with that man ever in my life. And that I can promise you, because it is not worth the heartache that he has caused me and the rifts that he has, you know, been able to create within this community of amazing people who we've all worked together for so long. So I just want to say thank you for not being one of those people that, you know, let Mark's actions speak for me and, you know, make him a stain on who I am, because I'm someone who is not giving up, and I'm not willing to let that happen. I'm not willing to just, you know, fall down because, you know, Mark tried to paint me as the enemy with him. It's just not something, it's just not the truth. It's not the case. And him going after Spence is just more proof of how wrong he is. I wanted to just say, I really quick, I responded to him and said, so now you're going after Spence, who also entertained your ideas until they became hateful, because Spence did. Spence and I entertained Mark until he became a hateful, sour grape. And then he says, no, Spence lost the bet and is dead ass wrong. And instead of admitting it, is now simply making stories up. Not true. Then he says the party for CEO Adam is over. Also not true. I like Spencer, but he is wrong here, needs to own it. And I said, then why are funds like UBS and Barclays currently being fined? Because they are criminals. This is Mark. Because they are criminals, and crime pays and pays big. So we're supposed to just sit down and accept that criminals get away with crime, and we're not going to do anything about it, and we should all just sell and leave. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
The thing is, Tara, Spence was wrong about one thing, and he was wrong about Mark Cohodes, and that's it. And another thing
and so was I, deeply.
The message from Mark Cohodes is don't spike the football before you get in the end zone, partner.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you this. Mark's idea for the security token would have gave us what we wanted. The idea was flawless. It had a proof of concept. It would have worked. His delivery was awful.
That wasn't even Mark's idea, Spence. Mark stole the idea and ran with it and called it his idea. It was never Mark's idea. I had heard about it on Reddit for, months prior. Mark, in my opinion, came with enough of, what is the word for it? He was edgy enough because he comes as a short seller. So when a short seller comes with an idea and says they're going long, I felt it would garner enough attention that it would actually have a snowball effect, which it did. I mean, the next day, Gasparino was reporting on it and lying and saying that Mark had a meeting with CEO Adam and all of these lies, which, Mark's lawyers ended up contacting Gasparino and telling him he needed to make another statement, taking back what he had said because it was untrue. So then the next day, another story about AMC hit the news. So I was excited just to see AMC back in the news because things were definitely quieting down. And it seemed like no one was really doing anything about it. And that's where I do know that Mark gets frustrated with CEO Adam. But I also truly believe that Adam's hands are tied in so many ways. And, maybe I am wrong. Maybe what they're claiming that Adam is corrupt and this and that is true, but I don't believe it. I don't believe that he is. I think that he can only do so much from the position that he is in right now.
Well, you know something, Mark Cohodes to me seems like, this is what my granddad used to say. Like I say, I'm from the Appalachian Mountains. So my granddad used to say, if you throw a rock in a room full of hogs, the one that screams is the one that got hit. So the one that's screaming the loudest, the people that are feeling the most pain are not us. We're not paying for this shit. They are.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah. So, it's the hog that got hit screaming. So,
Here's my thing with Mark. T0, whoever's idea it was, T0 would have worked. I've seen it work. It worked with Overstock.
It was Patrick Byrne. It was Patrick Byrne, 100%. And Mark was part of having Patrick Byrne removed from all of the boards. So painted as Mark, a crazy man.
And Mark for a long time was short Overstock.
Yes.
To mind you. Eventually he did go long, but he was short
AMC right now. He's short AMC right now.
I would guarantee he went short on AMC. If he didn't, he's an idiot because he, all of the crap he talked, he should have. He should have. I hope he shorts it right now, and I hope he loses his,
That's what. I'm thinking he's shorting it right now, and they're,
his chicken farm.
You're gonna hear a lot of people, a lot of hogs hollering, because a lot of hogs are gonna get hit with the rocks.
When Adam Aaron tweeted and announced that the T0 wasn't an option, we saw a very negative price decline for a long time. But after thinking and looking at what actually happened, Adam Aaron didn't want to go with T0 because it's very controversial. I get that. We were all blown away when he tweeted that. The idea was amazing. And yes, it was Patrick Byrne who created T0 and brought it into Overstock for this exact purpose, naked short selling and synthetics. But by doing this, Adam Aaron, in a way, created his own analog T0 with APE. But he also created one of the biggest bear traps in history. That's all this is a massive bear trap on AMC and APE. Now he has the rights to go out for the next month and sell APE directly to these institutions who have synthetically sold our stock into the dirt. They have to buy it at premium rates and cover it, pulling those IOUs out of our brokerages and giving us real shares, which is going to give us our price action.
Well, I mean, if there's no short thesis on AMC, why in the hell haven't a lot of people gotten their APE shares? I mean, that's
because there's not enough.
That's exactly. So why is there not enough? Why are there not enough APE shares? Because
they had to find a way to create APE IOUs to give out to everybody, and it took 7 to 8 days to do it. The funny thing is now coming up, I told Mark, I just tweeted on his thing. I don't care what he says about me. He's aggressive and he's going to attack anybody that disagrees with him. That's Mark, man. That's what he does. But I told him, I said, calm down, pumpkin. The deal was if Adam Aaron dilutes and we see the dilution and we don't get any price action and the stock is dead, then I owe him a case. I owe him a keg, and I will honor my word. I will take him a keg. But if Adam Aaron sells these shares and the price explodes, then I was 100% right. I'm not going to concede the bet when the action hasn't even taken place yet. Right now, as of now, Adam Aaron has not said that he sold any shares yet. So the bet is still on, in my opinion. Spiking the football before the touchdown is exactly what it is, Lucasi.
Well, and, honestly, I know he's trying to throw in the whole, I also gave Spence $10,000. No, he says, I gave $10,000 to Spencer's charity. That's a lie. He donated $10,000 to St. Jude, I believe it was. Is that correct, Spence?
Yeah, he donated directly to St. Jude's, and I appreciate
St. Jude, not your charity. Yes, but he did it to, make up for the fact that I called him out for making fun of people who wear wigs, as my aunt is currently going through chemotherapy, has cancer, has a bald head, no eyebrows, no eyelashes. She's beautiful and beautiful regardless. And yes, sometimes she does wear a wig. So it's very distasteful, in my opinion, to make fun of anybody who is, whether they're wearing a wig or not, making fun of physical appearance. And that's where I told Mark, that's just wrong, period. Like, end of story. And then he, goes and does this 10,000 donation at St. Jude to try to make himself feel better or look better, but continues calling AA Wigman. Like, what's the point? What's the point?
I'm so glad I didn't hear that. My aunt just passed from cancer like a few weeks ago.
I'm so sorry, Lucasi.
So yeah, I'm glad I didn't hear that because, yeah, we're not going to get into that, but how
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, absolutely, right, Lucasi, man.
Yeah, it's been a rough last 6 months for me. I lost 2 aunts and an uncle. So, but then at the same time, I've been nominated for an honorary doctorate and just a whole bunch of stuff. So, it's joy and pain is what it is. But I will say this, and like I say, I'm going to leave. We need to, if you made a mistake, it's, just admit to it, accept it, and move on. And we don't, we got to stop vilifying each other because we're fighting the real villains are not over on this side. That's the big thing. That's what bothers me the most is here we are fighting each other, and the nefarious people are not even, they're watching us fight each other, and it's not a good thing. So I'm going to jump off here. You guys have a good evening, and I didn't catch any fish today, so I'm going to go catch some at the grocery store, I guess.
Take care, Lucasi. We'll see you on here again, I'm sure, soon.
All right, have a good one.
I'll tell you guys, I take, when people say stuff about me, I literally don't take anything personally. I know what Mark's doing. I still don't have any ill will towards him. I think the idea of T0 would have absolutely worked. It didn't happen. He's sour grapes about it. That's obvious. But if I am wrong, and all of this is a disaster, and Adam Aaron dilutes, and the price goes nowhere, and we're screwed, I owe him a keg of beer. I'm a man of my word, and I will deliver him a keg of beer. And I hope if Adam Aaron dilutes and we're right, and this price goes through the roof, and Adam Aaron raises billions of dollars, I hope he would concede and bring me my keg of beer. That's all it is. It's a bet. There's no emotional value in it. I don't have to post about it to try and push my position, because I'm either going to be right or wrong, and that's it. That's all there is. There's I'm right or I'm wrong. So personally, my personal feelings and my DD and my analysis is the APE share offering is more than likely probably going to come before November 6th, because like Swing said, there's multiple bonds that have calls out on them November 6th, 2022. And if Adam Aaron raises billions of dollars before that, say before October 21st, which is another interesting thing, max pain for October 21st right now on AMC is $11. That is a massive increase from where we're sitting at now. That is a big run. So somebody obviously knows something. October 21st is also when DWAC ran crazy last time. We've got multiple things happening. We're getting into Q4. We've got the new Netflix deal. We've got Wakanda Forever coming out. We've got Avatar 2 coming out. And like I said, this Max Payne stuff, even the Hoyles, which is my highest open interest, lowest strike, is at $8. So I'm guessing that Adam Aaron, this is my tinfoil hat based on some data points, is that he's going to announce that he's brokered deals with multiple institutions for all of the 425 million APE. He's going to raise 1.5 to $2 billion, and he's going to buy those bonds back on November 6th, erasing a massive amount of interest. That's my thesis on it. That's my theory.
Can I ask, why do you think Netflix reached out to movie theaters to show this movie before Netflix did?
What's that?
I think I think Netflix did this because they're losing money, because people can watch anything on Netflix for free by pirating. I mean, you don't even have to pay for a Netflix subscription at this point. You can watch anything for free online. So as soon as something's available on streaming, it's also available to watch it, on pirated websites online. So I think they're realizing they're losing money hand over fist by, just releasing movies that are big screen worthy on their streaming service. Go ahead, Swing.
Yeah, not only that, like I agree with you, but it's good business practice. Like, think about how, like, the big blockbusters, they make $1 billion. So to make $1 billion off of some new movie that Netflix puts out, what I don't even know what the subscription costs now, $25. So they need to sell 20 million new subscriptions to new subscriptions, mind you, not existing. They need to sell 25 new subscriptions of people that would sign up just because this movie is going to be offered on their service in order to make the same kind of money. That they're never going to do that. But if they make a really good movie, if they do get all the best actors and directors, and they do all the right things, and they get a good storyline, and they put it out there, they can make half $500 million, because it does get split between the movie houses and the theaters, as it should. So they can make $500 million on a movie by showing it in theaters and having it have a good run, and then follow up with having people watch it again on their Netflix, or if they really enjoyed it. Not too many people, like, there are certain movies that obviously that everyone has seen multiple times in theaters. If they're good enough, especially the big movies, people do that. But there's not very many people do that. Most people, they watch it once, and then if they want to watch it again, they either download it, or they watch it on the streaming service. They might watch it again. So that's the way that they're going to ultimately make money on producing their content themselves. I totally understand their business model and what they're trying to do, but at the end of the day, they're not going to be able to make enough money selling subscriptions, especially when now all the movie houses are doing their own subscription services and are less likely to share their content with Netflix and other competing streaming services, because they want to have all that content unique to their own streaming service. So Netflix is going to have to pivot. They're going to have to change. And maybe it is ad revenue. I mean, ultimately, it makes sense to me that they go ad revenue model, because they obviously know their customer well. Like, that's what they did really well, is getting people to see the feed. They know which movies and shows you've watched all the way through, or you've watched them multiple times, which ones you've given thumbs up to, which ones you give thumbs down to. They have all that customer data, and that data is powerful. So if they can pair that with other information about the people, that they're going to be able to custom advertising that would do probably pretty well. It would make sense. But then how likely are people going to be paying for that service? They're not. Like, if they have to watch ads, that's the only advantage that they have to cable or cable networks or anything else, any other streaming services, even like Google has streaming services as well, or they show certain movies for free, but you have to watch ads, every 30 minutes or whatever. Watch 3 or 4 ads, and you can't fast forward through them. So
here's an go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Oh, I was just going to say something that you just brought up that a lot of people don't think about or talk about is just how much it costs to produce a movie and pay the actors and all of those things. And then when you see Tom Cruise, the highest paid actor, and his movie just absolutely kill it in box offices, you have to think that other actors and actresses are like kind of looking over like, wait, why am I not doing that? Like, why Adam Sandler, for example, which I get it that he's a producer as well, but his movies aren't being shown in theaters, and I would guarantee he's taken some pretty big losses versus if they were.
Here's a very important topic on the Netflix being in movie theaters that I've recommended multiple times in tweets. The Stranger Things 4 season finale in movie theaters would have been absolutely epic. The episode before the finale and the finale episode, I would have paid $20 to go see both of those episodes in theater due to how awesome they were. And it gives you a little bit of variety. You're not sitting at home just binge watching and getting drunk on the couch. You go, man, I'm going to go shoot out to the theater for a 30, 40 minute or an hour long season finale of my favorite series and see that big Netflix logo pop up and go doo-doo on the theater screen after the AMC logo. That's exciting. That's an event that is worth paying money for. And people are going to know. I'm going to subscribe to Netflix because I know their season finales are going to be epic in theater on the silver screen. And they're going to make a ton of money for the series they produce too, not just the movies. I would have loved to see Eddie Munson playing Master of Puppets on a big screen at AMC Theater and IMAX. That would have been absolutely amazing.
I did want to add that even though I think in general, just for profit, like their subscriptions have been decreasing just because the price has been going up. So I think they would even make more money from this.
Yeah, this will be successful in certain theaters. AMC, obviously, this is going to be an extreme success. And they know that. AMC has brand recognition above all the other theaters. We have more locations than them. We're more successful. It's going to be pretty awesome. The fact that they're doing this, I think it's a test run. And then they're going to decide who do we want to sell our content to for movie theater production style stuff. For their next movie titles or their season finales or entire seasons. I mean, if Netflix came out and said, we're going to play one season a week on Tuesdays in AMC theaters for $5, I would go watch my series in theater. It'd get me out of the house and give me something to do. I get to go move around, spend 30 minutes at the theater and come home and have a good theater buzz. So I love it. I think it's great.
I mean, that's such a good idea because I've been wanting to host watch parties over here for House of Dragons, and especially for the finale, whenever that is. But yeah, House of Dragons being really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell, the Castlevania series, man. The season finale for that was incredible. I know not everybody's into cartoons, but that was absolutely incredible art. It was an incredible story. It's my favorite video game. I definitely would have went and paid for that and saw it in theaters. So, but some of the comments in my YouTube, just to get back to the start of the call, the thesis of the idea is set in the evidence we have from the fines that were just given to USB, Barclays, and multiple other institutions, that we are indeed buying synthetic shares from market makers, which is diluting our stock price. We basically have evidence of it now. It's not me just guessing. There's multiple data points that support this. So my theory is, me personally, I bought my final position in APE today. I'm not going to buy any more. I'm going to wait for the share offering because I don't want to help dilute the price any further. The biggest thing about this is if you buy AMC, if you continue to buy, you should buy it through computer share, because you are buying a share and directly registering it at the same time, which means market makers eventually cannot create synthetics for it. If computer share comes out and says there's 490 million AMC registered with us, how are you guys still selling shares? The game is over. But if you're buying shares from a market maker, they're giving you an IOU and putting your money in the dark pool, and they're probably doing some type of swap. They're covering FTDs in the process that Dave Lauer laid out in his tweets. I mean, it's very basic, simple market structure stuff. So, me personally, I think we have enough evidence now to say that continuation of buying APE through the markets, through your normal broker, is probably diluting the stock price. I'm not telling you to quit buying or sell, none of that. I'm just putting the information out there so everybody knows what's actually going on. So,
regarding this whole thing about them getting fined, so what is happening with like all the? Oh, sorry, my turtle just got scared. He's like running. But yeah, regarding this, what's gonna happen with all the naked shorts that they did? Like, what is the SEC making them do? Like, are they just gonna pay the fine, or what's gonna happen to the stocks they naked shorted?
If they keep these synthetics open and these naked shorts stay open, and these institutions continue to lose liquidity and close down, at some point in time, there's going to be a massive, massive margin call. It should have already happened, but the regulators are obviously covering up for these institutions who have done a big wrong. The other option is Adam Aaron sells them the shares they need to start unwinding their positions, which gives us our price increase, and AMC raises cash. So those are basically the two ways that this thing could go off. But us thinking that we're going to keep buying, the more synthetics we buy, the lower the price goes, the easier it is for these market makers to close out these positions they shouldn't have created for sub what they created at. That means they're getting out from under the play. We're buying them out of the play, and they're walking away or trying to walk away without big losses. I think they've created such a big mess that the only way for them to get out of this, because we're not leaving, obviously that's true, is for Adam Aaron to offer them more shares so they can start unwinding their positions, because the liquidity crunch is real. When Swing talked about Credit Suisse selling the Zurich Hotel, they are selling that property absolutely on a fire sale because they need money to meet margin or to continue operating. So something big is definitely coming.
Yeah, you don't sell major property like that unless you really need it. Like that's something that the bank has held on to probably for years. I'd be interested to look up more information about like when they bought it and for how much and all that kind of information, because you also just can't let it go quickly. And now is not a good time to sell it. Like if you think about the you only sell it unless you need to right now, because you just came out of a pandemic where people weren't traveling. The amount of the revenues for the hotel for the past 2 years, which, that's typically how you buy an asset like that, is off of the past couple years revenue, and you give some sort of multiplier, that type of thing, isn't going to be good. It's going to be probably the worst in the history of the hotel, if you think about it from that angle. So far as them letting it go now, the financials aren't going to be good. People are going to be buying it at pennies on the dollar, and we're in a illiquid time where high interest rates, etc. Now is not the ideal time to be letting go of that asset. So if they're letting it go, it's because they have to, not because they want to.
So here's something interesting, Swing. They're selling it for 361 million sterling pounds, so about 402 million American dollars. back in that, honestly, that's not that much. Back in 2000 and what year was it? It doesn't say the year, but it says Prince Al-Walid bin Talib bin Abdulaziz Al-Assad of the Saudi royal family, the world's fourth richest man, has bought the hotel in a deal believed to be worth $250 million. And that was back in 2005. So that's only appreciated on this sale they're making. What? Maybe $175 million. And it's 2022. So they're absolutely selling this on a fire sale to raise $250,000, close to $500,000, or $500 million to stay afloat. That's all this is. That hotel is probably worth billions. It's one of the most luxurious five-star hotels in Zurich. So 400 million Swiss francs. Yeah.
So basically, since they just got fined, they're not just going to get fined, but they have to return, like actually buy those shares now, right? Is that what the SEC is going to make them do?
I'm guessing that the path we're on is that these folks want to unwind their positions, and they know they need to because they're losing money left and right. The biggest thing that everybody needs to look out for is if you're short this stock right now and the SEC is starting to call out synthetic shares and naked shorts, you don't know if you're naked short or not. So hedge funds like Cliff Asness, who have shorted AMC, are probably naked short and they don't even know it. And when their haircut comes, it's going to destroy them. So it's getting very interesting. The only way that they can buy shares legally to close these positions out is go straight to Adam Aaron and buy them from the Citigroup contract dealing, which I'm going to say I would go on a limb and bet that Credit Suisse, Barclays, and all these institutions are probably the ones that have been selling AMC synthetically or buying it synthetically or shorting it synthetically. And I'm sure they're not the last that we're going to hear about in these fines coming up. I'm pretty sure we're going to see other market makers and institutions end up in the newspaper. I don't know. Even with the price action, I personally feel like this is more bullish setup than I've ever seen in AMC since I've been here.
I mean, I did post something at the top that if you look at the dark pool between Cinemark and AMC, almost 89% goes to the lit exchange for Cinemark, and then for AMC, like 47%.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Well, look who is heavily invested in Cinemark. Retail investors are not in Cinemark like they were AMC theaters. There's no reason to go to the dark pool because they don't have to sell synthetics. If they stopped selling AMC synthetics right now, the stock would squeeze because it's admission that there's a limited supply and an extremely high demand. The price would go through the roof. Short sellers would run for cover if they came out and said, we cannot sell any more AMC. There are no more shares. Anybody who was naked short would go underwater completely in a heartbeat because they would be looking for shares to cover that don't exist until 100, 200, 300 bucks and retail decided to sell. And then it's every rat for itself trying to grab those shares as fast as they can. So, yeah.
Aren't we based on the market and the feeling from the Fed? Aren't we expected still to raise rates? I think the expectation was for them to keep increasing.
That's what they said originally. And then the UN came out and requested that the US Fed Reserve stop raising rates, which left or right, it doesn't matter. But the current administration is very globalist. So if the Fed was pressured to stop raising rates, that could have been partially what they had to do with that meeting, that special meeting last week or Monday. which is why we saw a little bit of a market rebound when everybody expected a pivot. But if they decide to stop raising rates, which honestly I think they should do, I think as of this point, the only problem with the economy and the market is that people are not letting it grow to where it needs to go because they are naked short or have synthetic shares out in the market. If the economy grew, they would be in deep shit because the stocks would recover on the back of them selling themselves into a hole. But if they don't raise rates again, and then they announce a pivot, we'll see a pretty good rebound in the S&P, the Dow Jones, and all that. So I don't know. The UN calling you and telling you to stop raising rates because you're destroying the global economy is a lot of pressure.
I still think it will come down to whatever the CPI comes in as. I think that's what they're mainly looking at, not really the world. Right now, they're just focusing at home, right?
Yeah. Well, they're focusing on a macro economy for the United States. They're not looking at or micro. They're not looking at macro for the global. What's up, Swing?
Yeah, I mean about the rate thing, something interesting. One of the Fed speakers, I think it was Kachikari, spoke this morning, and one thing that if you think about what he said, he specifically said that the Fed doesn't think it's time to pivot yet. What that tells me is, yes, they may not do a full-on pivot now, but he definitely did not say slowing down the rate at which they're raising or potentially pausing or doing anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see when the next meeting happens, what exactly goes down, because of, like you said, the UN, the IMF both came out and against the Fed and said, you're breaking the system. The strength of the dollar is breaking emerging markets is basically what's going down. Like they're having a sovereign debt crisis around the world right now, and the IMF is having to deal with that. So it's kind of that's a tough situation. Obviously, they have the Fed has their credibility that they have to look out for, etc. But by them keeping on, putting the stranglehold on the dollar, all these other countries, like we're sitting around complaining about our inflation when some currencies have deflated against the dollar by 40% this year or more, depending on what currency. But major currencies have deflated 40% against the dollar. So you want to complain about our inflation? They've experienced that same inflation plus another 40% if you think about it in those terms, because of everything being relative and most major commodities being priced in US dollars. So in that, these other, a lot of people throughout the world are feeling the pain a lot worse than. And I see Tim there, down in the crowd. He's still listening, to our Euro poor apes out there. They're feeling it, especially in the energy department. But in lots of different things, food commodities as well. Everything, the price going up when the euro is going down against the dollar. Like I didn't look at it today if it's at par or if it's below par. I mean, that's something that very rarely has happened in the history of the euro. Things are breaking on the cracks, and that's why you see major banks like Credit Suisse probably having problems. They have these loans out in US dollars, and they're not getting those back, or they may have loaned out in dollars based off of the euro being worth $1.30, and now that it's at par, things of that nature that are a lot more complicated than just than simple getting paid back on loans. They have the currency swaps and all sorts of other derivative things that are beyond what any of us are invested in. So
Tara, you hear Swing's out on the chicken farm right now. I think that's pretty sus, Swing. You're out there hanging out with cohodes, aren't you?
Yeah, the gentleman who has me and still has me blocked because I brought up good points and he didn't like them. That guy.
Yeah. I'm taking it you moved to a much more relaxing location, huh?
Hey guys, I need a couple things. I'm writing this thread really quick. Speaking of sus, about Susquehanna, and if anybody can get me the information, maybe Swing, I don't know, or anyone listening, regarding how much of a short position Susquehanna had during the pandemic, and also the senator. I think it was a senator, and I'm not sure, the person who is a government in the government body who voted against banning PFOF from Pennsylvania. I need both of those things. If
Senator
anybody in here.
Toomey
Is that who it was? Toomey?
Yeah, Toomey.
Oh my
I'm
God.
pretty sure.
I just made
sure.
some serious connections in my head. And I know people always say Tara doesn't do DD, but my wheels just got turning just about this whole discussion. I'm writing a thread. I hope you all can check it out and retweet it. I think it's pretty important to sort of like connect the dots here. I read a different thread that I could read out loud, or at least read part of it yesterday, that kind of got me thinking about, you know, American companies like AMC being shorted into the ground during a pandemic, during a forced lockdown, government forced lockdown, and certain, you know, companies and investment firms being allowed to be short during that time, where in a lot of other countries, they would actually not even allow companies like AMC to be shorted during a time where they were forced to be shut down by the government. I just find it really interesting that the richest man in Pennsylvania is to be the same man that had the largest short position with Susquehanna during the pandemic, while also going along on companies like TikTok, the parent company of TikTok, ByteDance, and, you know, not allowing people to even promote AMC on TikTok. They were removing any AMC content and accounts from TikTok. So not only was he shorting all American companies into the ground during a time that he may or may not have had insider information from this Senator Toomey, who very clearly, adamantly voted no against banning PFOF, and could potentially be, you know, collecting campaign money from this man, the richest man in Pennsylvania. It's just very, I don't know, it's all very telling to me that they're shorting American companies and potentially sacrificing American jobs while going along on Chinese companies, the same companies that are being accused of collecting user data currently. I'm going to find the, okay, so here really quick, I'll read this. Will Hild, I retweeted him yesterday. He said that the Louisiana Treasury announced in a letter to BlackRock CEO Larry Fink that Louisiana will divest all Treasury funds from BlackRock, totaling $794 million, to be removed by the year's end. This is the largest divestment from BlackRock by any state. He says, here's our statement. Consumers First applauds Treasurer Schroeder's commendable decision to withdraw the state's assets from BlackRock's misuse. As noted in his letter, BlackRock is using the people of Louisiana's money to advance a destructive agenda that raises costs for consumers in the state and across the country. The seeds of today's energy crisis were planted by BlackRock and others in their reckless abandonment of their fiduciary duty to cozy up to radical woke politicians. We are glad to see the treasurer working to put an end to their economic vandalism. I would argue that this is borderline, or essentially the same exact thing that Susquehanna CEO was doing during the pandemic, with TikTok and all of these Chinese investments, and then essentially paying the senator's seat to vote no on PFOF, which obviously brings him in a lot of money, as Susquehanna is a what is it called, high speed trader. That's what they're known for. They're a high speed trading company. So basically, the Ken Griffin of AMC is actually this man, this Susquehanna, richest guy in Pennsylvania, voting, having his senator vote no against PFOF and all of this. So I know we all hate Ken Griffin, and we have to do that. But at the same time, I think we need to recognize that he's not alone in this, and there are a lot of people who need to be called out.
Tara, that's why I filed the FOIA to find out who is actually responsible for the 43 million FTDs on APE. And I think people, if I get an answer, which I probably won't, people would be very, very surprised on who's actually responsible for that. But when you see a state withdraw $500,000 from BlackRock, you know that's going to have a trickle-down effect, right?
Yeah, Texas is already doing the same. So several states are now withdrawing their money from BlackRock because they're realizing that BlackRock is actually hurting Americans. So their money is they don't even realize, a lot like what you've been saying about the naked shorting, like these companies are like, oh, I'm going to short this company, but they don't even realize that they're naked shorting. Same with a lot of states where pension money is just being placed with, BlackRock or Susquehanna, and they don't even realize that these guys are taking that money and helping China while hurting America.
Tara, check your DM from AMC Big Guns.
Okay, will do. But just, when you think about how many jobs would have been, displaced, how many people would have been displaced from their jobs with AMC being shut down and those types of things, it's pretty wild, that these people are using funds that are being given to them by the state to essentially hurt our own cornerstone companies. I mean, AMC Theaters is the oldest running American theater chain. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of a big deal. And I think it's something that has sort of just been bypassed by mainstream media and everything. And I think it needs to be really blown up, and made a big deal of, because I don't know. It's not just the fact that it's the oldest running movie theater company, but also the largest theater. And just think about how many jobs that is providing, and not just the people who work directly at AMC Theaters, but movie producers, Hollywood actors and actresses. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's like there's a total, snowball effect there that people don't even really take into consideration.
They want you at home buying Amazon products, and that's it. That's all they want. They're long on Amazon. It's the same routine. They wanted GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond. They wanted all these retail brick and mortar companies out of business, so you buy directly from the company that they are invested in. And they've consolidated a monopoly, and now all the states are realizing that BlackRock is misusing their money. Their funds went down significantly this year. So the states are going, what the heck? And when they look into it, they find all kinds of corruption. And then not even that, it's not just Louisiana. The freaking Pope, with as of the 30th, the Pope took all the 5.5 billion assets back into the Vatican Bank because of the same situation. The misuse of the funds from the Vatican into personal explorative investment opportunities for whoever was controlling their assets. So the BlackRocks, the Susquehannas, the Citadels, everybody is realizing that these institutions are destroying lives for their bottom line. So I absolutely love what you just said, Tara. I think big things are coming around the corner too.
I just found out that this guy, Jeff Yass, the CEO of Susquehanna, is a huge donor Republican Party, and Toomey is Republican. So there's the connection. He's essentially, the talking piece for Toomey to say, no, we need to keep PFOF so I can keep lining my pockets while shorting, American companies and longing Chinese companies that are collecting user data. I mean, it all is adding up. It all is making more and more sense. And I hate to be political, but it is very, very, very much politically driven. And this is a huge reason why Trump is so hated, because even though he ran as a Republican, he is definitely not in bed with these people who are doing these things, and that's where he got shorted, and everyone turned against him, including Republicans. So it's pretty wild when you look at all of the details and start to piece this puzzle together. Oh, and Trump also wanted to shut down TikTok. These guys happen to be very long on TikTok.
Trump wanted to shut down TikTok, and there was actually a ton of content pro-Trump on TikTok. So that always blew my mind until I figured out what's going on.
Tara, to your point about movie theaters and the collateral damage to jobs, you also have to remember that in most cases, movie theaters are the anchor tenants at malls. So not only if people aren't going to movie theaters, they might not be going out to dinner at those restaurants and might not be shopping at the clothing stores at the mall, and supporting the small businesses that are located at the mall or the strip malls next to those malls, and all of all of those types of things. So it really is a domino effect as far as the movie theater being a key component of retail, of just American retail, and the behaviors that go along with it. Dinner and a movie. I mean, how classic is that for just how many people's first dates or went along those lines, or second dates, if not a first date.
Yeah, amen. Swing, you hit the nail on the head with that. I'm chipping in on a more corporate level. I've had 3 meetings today. I'm a real estate developer myself, mainly focus on reasonable high-end resi here in the UK. And we approached 3 funds: a French fund, an American fund, and a German fund, who we've done loads of business with in the last 10 years. Every single one of them said Q2 next year is when we're opening our doors again. They all quoted recession. They all quoted the fact that they're not looking for anything but kind of the super spectacular deal of the century. Yet we approach these guys on a yield, a spectacular yield, and a IRR driven like 30+% return investment, and they've all turned around to us within the last 48 hours on a particularly good deal that I'm now thinking about doing myself. In Bath, where sort of the famous 18th century Lady Chatterley and all those sorts of books sort of originated from, here with UK history. And my God, we are in for a motherfucking ride, because like these, Patrizia, one of the funds that we use from Germany, they're a billion in credit at the moment. They have cash oozing out their pockets, but they're not going to spend any of it until Q2 next year. I'm like, guys, you're sitting on $1 trillion. You're sitting on, probably 100 billion in cash for 6 months. You want to sit on 100 billion in cash for 6 months because it's easier to do that than lose it on something. And I'm actually taken aback, because normally I'm kind of roll with it and kind of cocky with my business, because we know what we do and we do it really well. And we walked out of 3 boardrooms today with the same message: not touching anything until Q2 next year.
Wow. So they're waiting for a collapse to hit.
Absolutely. We've done 740 million of deals in 3 years leading up to now, and we're underway with a couple still. And they just turned around point blank and said, all 3 of them, no kind of provocation from us in terms of leading questions. They just all turned around today on a maybe it was a bad roadshow. Okay, I don't think we do a bad roadshow for cash raises, but fuck it, I've never ever had 3 knockbacks.
Well, it's the sign of the times too. With our housing market here is extremely inflated right now. Prices are starting to come down, but our interest rates are high, so they're going to cause even more people to be discouraged from buying. But I mean, look around, like you said, every single bank that we're seeing, Credit Suisse is just taking a massive beating. They're probably getting ready to call it a day. We've got multiple institutions in the US that are hedge funds that are closing down, or banks that are on the verge as well. It's just absolutely crazy. So I think the bottom of the market is completely in? No, I still think people need to go out of business. But this entire thing with these institutions selling the securities they don't own, it's global.
Oh, Spence.
Everybody,
Spence.
it's just.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Hey, Spence. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Sorry to interject. Jim Cramer said Credit Suisse are all go.
Yeah.
Well, Credit Suisse is the worst bank and mafia bank. They always messing in the news for something anyway. I can't wait till they'll fall down if they do, but they probably keep them up. You mentioned something. Well, I want to say hello to everybody anyway, first of all, and then also Spence. Terrible mentioned something about these PFOFs. You know, people, if there was no, if the dark pools was shut down, or the off exchanges where they're routing this to the off exchanges to depress the price, there wouldn't be even any need for them to pay for payment for order flow. They wouldn't want it because they're paying for the order flow so that they can route it to the dark pool. But if they shut it down, there wouldn't be any need for it. You know, it's like I don't know if everybody have played Monopoly or understand Monopoly, but when you going around on the board, the Monopoly board, the way the game works is if you land on somebody's house or hotel, you have to pay the rent. And the game is the more you land on it, if you stay on there too long, then you get bankrupt. So you don't go around the board and stay on the board and don't fail to pay the rent, so you can keep going around the board forever and ever. Because if you do that, then the ones who are following rules, they will be bankrupt first. And this is what is happening when they're having those failed to delivers and selling all of those synthetic shares that Spence was talking about. They're like a counterfeiter. A counterfeiter wins because he really have nothing to lose, but he's getting some very real money for what he's not, for the counterfeit he's getting. And the ones who are giving this real money are the ones who have to work for it, which is why some people are becoming frustrated, because you got to get out there and get that money to invest in the stock market. And these people, they're just giving you, selling you something that they don't even have to invest in. They just have to push a button. So now I think it was Virtue CEO who mentioned that they are required, or they are able to sell these fake shares or IOUs. But again, if they are able to do that, you can't give them any fake money. I have some people here at the transmission shop. I'll tell you this. Sometimes we don't accept a lot of checks here. And when somebody come in and they want to pay a check to get their vehicle out, well, what we do, we have a camera. We take a picture of their vehicle and say, okay, you give us that check and we'll give you the picture of your vehicle. And when that check materializes into real money, then that picture will be materialized into your real car. So we try to do that to give them an idea that it is not the real thing. Okay. So if the counterfeiter continues, the counterfeiter doesn't have any real skin in the game, which is why they can continue to do it. That has to be shut down. And the dark pools have to be shut down, because if the dark pools aren't shut down, only thing they'll do is keep funneling it to the dark pool. And then you never see the price action. You never do it. And I think Gary Gensler, people were saying that there's a rule where Gary Gensler can shut the dark pool down, but he's not utilizing it. Every time he gets on Twitter, he's talking about ABCs or something. He knows what everybody wants to talk about, but he's always talking about something else that nobody is even interested in, as if he don't even understand that we are serious and we're not kids. So I even hate looking to him on Twitter.
The big problem is too with the dark pools, you don't have to identify price, quantity, value, none of it. You do not have to claim any of that. That's the crazy thing about it. So until it hits a lit exchange, that's just billions and hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars just floating in limbo. Like I said, if shorts are losing and longs are losing, then where's the money? They have created the biggest, absolutely worst weapon of mass destruction in history, which is selling securities they don't own to a point that they've created one of the biggest bubbles the stock market has ever seen in history. And that's why Gary Gensler won't touch it. Nobody wants to be the one that pops the bubble, because then you're the one holding the pin when the investigation starts, or you're the martyr.
Well, look at this here. We mentioned that, well, someone asked here in this space poll, what were they be made to pay for these FTDs? The thing is, I would like to believe that somebody is going to pay, but you have to watch them closely. See, in 2008, there were a lot of banks that stole a lot of people's money. I'll just put it the way it is. People had deposits inside the bank, and when those banks start to default, they were taking people's deposits and paying them pennies on a dollar. And the reason they're able to do that because the government allows them to do it. I remember where they were saying they were guaranteeing the deposits, the government, for $100,000, this US, $100,000. And then they got on the news and said they didn't even have the money to cover that, but then they upped it to $250,000. How can you guarantee $250,000 when you don't even have
crime.
Hello?
It's crime. This is
it's crime. And the thing is, America defaulted, in 1971, they owed the whole world. And in 1971, when they went off the gold standard, that was America's default. They didn't pay nothing. So I don't put it past them to still take that approach where you say, well, this is too much. Well, everybody just got to suffer. We're not going to do anything. We hope that won't happen, but you got to watch them. You don't know.
Go ahead, Robert.
Can I speak?
Yep.
This is you, buddy. So hear you. I've done a load of historical reading on the economy, UK, US, global. In 1971, a dollar was worth $1 in the US. Today, sad as it is, $1 is worth $13 as to what it was worth in 71. That is why, both in the US and in the UK, we cannot run a family household without two incomes, busting our balls like 24/7. Some of us taking double jobs. I fortunately don't have to, but the devaluation of our currency after 71 has been incredible. The pound has devalued since 1913, when we needed loans from the US to assist us with the First World War, where we were about £3.30 something versus $1 in that time. But hey, look, we're almost on parity, so hey, fuck that. Anyway, you raised some great points, and it's been some really good chat this evening, which is good, despite what's happening in the market. But I just want to add something as to the APE situation. I have a friend in London who I cannot name because it would probably get him kicked out of his job, which would be really unfair from me. But he is seeing APE trading at about $12.50 in the dark pool at the moment en masse, which is kind of incredible and really good news for all of us, because if it is trading at $12.50 for genuine, and he's not a bullshitter to me because he was an usher at my wedding, but he was explaining that at the release that Aaron Adam is proposing of 450 million additional APE, we've cleared our debt plus, which would be absolutely amazing. We'd be about 6 or 7 billion cash rich, which would mean, in effect, he could even approach the excuse me, Cineworld and just buy them out for like $1. Well, not like $1, but like 500 million. We'll have all your cinemas. We'll brand them. We'll take it on. We'll decide after an expenditure year of potential gains and losses as to which ones work for us, and we'll close those down. But you can only imagine at $12.50 an ape how wealthy we all are going to be on the back of a further release. I'll leave it there.
Well, the beautiful thing about that is I was just telling everybody October 21st, AMC has a max pain currently of $10. So that's pretty impressive. We know we hit $10.30 on APE in the first 30 minutes of trading. We know who owns APE, and we know institutions have to come out and buy it from Adam Aron through basically what he built as his own dark pool. He contracted Citi Global to sell these shares directly to institutions. So now they're going to have the potential to cover the billions of synthetic shares that were created when APE was dropped because of the AMC synthetics they sold to everybody, and or the ones that are naked short, which people might not even know they're naked short at this point in time. So I totally agree with everything you just said, man.
I know it really is that there are many people I know in the City of London who are corroborating the story here, and they're also corroborating a mass global recession, which ultra helps our beta cause as a beta share or beta equity security rather.
I've been telling people for a while, I think a lot of this started in the UK. Some of the first funds to go out were White Square Capital with the GameStop saga, with the GameStop squeeze. We were attacked by a lot of UK Twitter accounts that were just super sour grapes and always coming into our space calls to the point where I just had to block them. And then come to find out that multiple institutions Citadel owns, one of which was involved in selling 3/4 of their position at Highcroft Mine when AMC announced that they were going to be buying in with Sprott, are also based out of London. So when I hear news like that, that makes me even more bullish. I am absolutely thrilled to hear that. I'm glad Robert came in. So, and Tara, by the way, Patrick Toomey used to work for Chemical Bank that's owned by JP Morgan. Then eventually he worked at another institution that was acquired by Deutsche Bank. And then he left and decided to go run for politics. So he does have his history roots in the financial system.
Yeah, and he's very, very much against Donald Trump. It's all like tying together. It's so crazy how deep this like rabbit hole really goes, and how these guys get these positions to continue to line the people's pockets that they're in bed with. It's absolutely insane. And then get put on, put in a seat where they actually can, be make decisions. Here, all this guy had to do was whisper to Yas, the CEO of Susquehanna, that, hey, there's going to be these lockdowns coming. You might want to short anything that's going to be affected by it. Susquehanna has the largest short in AMC during the pandemic. Simultaneously is the biggest donor in Pennsylvania to me, who is then willing to vote no on banning PFOF while his biggest donor is collecting money because he does high frequency trading. Think about it. Like, of course, they're going to do whatever the person lining their pocket tells them to do. Oh, vote no on PFOF, on banning PFOF. Okay, will do. Done. Keep paying me.
Well, you know what, Tara?
Go ahead.
I want to say something concerning Trump there. And I kind of agree with you on this. There's people who are, I would say, is kind of ignorant because they don't really do their due diligence on checking things. A lot of them have said that they're against Trump, but I bring it to their attention that I've never seen Trump fighting against the common folk. He was always battling with the people in Congress and the world leaders. And they're the ones that seem to have such a big problem with what he was saying. I didn't see him doing anything with just the common folk. Even when he ran, he didn't run as a Republican in the beginning. He ran as an independent. But he was winning and taking votes away from the Republicans that he pretty much forced them to make him run under their ticket as a Republican. But I don't think he came out as a true Republican in the first place.
Trump was
a
the biggest red
Democrat.
flag should be that the Republican side and the Democrat side, who were corrupt, all hate Trump. If the corrupt people hate you, you're probably over the target and you're probably doing something right.
Trump was a Democrat for years. People
everybody loved Trump. Everybody loved Trump until Trump said, "Oh, by the way, I'm going to run for president." And then everybody decided, wait a minute. He's not in the, it's all pre-planned, in my opinion. It's all, and he was like this unforeseen, shadowy figure coming out of nowhere to save America, to save American people. And they all went, wait a minute, he's going to mess things up for us, all of the people who benefit greatly from holding us all down and keeping us down where we belong, while they can continue to profit off of all of us and all of our hard work and everything that we do. We're like the little ants at the bottom of the pile. I don't know. It's so frustrating, and to watch what's happened to him. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And I'm sorry if you're a Trump hater, like, that's fine too. It is what it is. But just remember, when they're trying to keep us on two separate sides and there's one person in the middle getting attacked by both of those sides, they're probably one of the people that's standing with all of us.
Well, he's getting vindicated anyway, because Germany is not laughing anymore.
Well, did you see what he's doing? He's suing CNN for $425 million. But I'll just say this: I know why people don't like Trump. I get it. He says what he wants to say. He says derogatory things sometimes. But the problem is, you have a guy, the Clintons hate him, and the Bushes hate him. And now, at one point in time, I liked Bill Clinton. And at one point in time, Bill Clinton was an immoral man in office. And then I liked Bush, and he put us in a war that cost us thousands of lives and trillions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of lives. So now I don't like either of them. And Trump comes on the scene, and the Bushes hate him and the Clintons hate him. And I'm like, well, this is the guy that's going to change shit.
And Trump also was trying to keep peace with Russia, but now he was colluding. He was in bed with Putin, all this stuff. Why? Because he didn't want a nuclear war, which is now being instigated. Like, you cannot make this stuff up. This is absolutely insane. It's insanity.
We had world peace for 4 years. I was in the military. I went to war. When the Middle East countries are getting together to work with people they hate on the accords they were working on, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. When the Israelis and the Middle Easterners, the Muslims and the Islamics and the Israelis and whatever, when they all come to the table and start working together, I mean, that's what peace in the Middle East has been, something that we've been saying and rapping since I was a kid. It's just crazy. But this is all tied into it. Like Tara said, Toomey, the pandemic, shorting companies before the pandemic was even announced. I mean, how many congressmen and senators were busted selling their stocks a day before Congress came out and said there was a pandemic and a shutdown?
Well, if they know what rules they're going to make, and they know it's going to affect everything, then they know that they're front running pretty much, because they're the ones who are going to make the rules that's going to affect the economy. So, if you have, for instance, betting, there was somebody wrote this on Twitter about I think it was Unusual Whales, should a senator bet on a stock or something? It was saying like that, bet against the stock. One senator sold something like that. But you have sports people who are not allowed to bet when they're on their own team. And the courts will prosecute them for that. But yet you have senators up there who know they have access to private information, knowing what laws will make a country or make move in a certain direction, they know they can jump up and front run. They know if they shut certain things down, like what happened with the pandemic, they start shutting everything down. Their companies can't make money, so their stock is going to go down. So they know what to do. So I mean, it's not rocket scientists. It's just that you have some people up there that are, I don't want to call them evil, but I do.
This is you. That's totally right. I used to play professional rugby, and as a pro player, you have to sign a contract that says you cannot bet on a game that you play in. You cannot bet on a game in the league that you play in. And I know pro rugby is like miniature in terms of a pro sport, but we professional people, and we had to adhere by those rules. As a politician in America, apparently you can front run any fucking piece of legislation you want, and you can stand in front of a room of 50 journalists, and when they ask you the question, so your husband got a bit of intel there, Nancy, what do you want to say about it? And you just go, don't want to talk about it, thanks, goodbye. um, I did just want to jump back on one point whilst I am speaking, which Christ, mind fart, which we were talking about earlier. Hang on a second, my signal.
And to be totally honest, I know there's people out there right now who are talking about Trump. They're going to go, oh, Spence is Trumpy, blah, blah, blah. You've got to get over that type of thinking. Me personally, I would absolutely love to see Tulsi Gabbard be our next president, our first female president. I think she is an incredible person. Democrat. She was in charge of Hawaii. She's still, I don't know if she's out of the military now or not. But I mean, she just comes out very centered, and that's why her party hated her, because she was a very, very centered person, and she would have been an amazing president when she ran. If you watch her debates, she absolutely kills it on stage against her party, and people approved of it. But as we all know, the primaries are completely rigged. The primaries are rigged. If anything, Bernie Sanders should have been the Democratic candidate for president a couple years in a row. So don't get triggered over the political talk and presidential and one opinion over the other. You can have your own political opinion and still be friends. You can still like each other and follow each other. Listen to the message in the background. How is this all connected to what's happening to our stock, to the market, to everything? And that's what Tara's talking about. Senator Toomey is front and center in the corruption on everything that we're talking about right now when he decided to vote yes to keep PFOF. It's tied to everything, and she's shown everybody exactly how and why. So don't hear a political name that you don't like and go, I'm out of here. This is blah, this is that, blah, blah, blah. You guys got to listen to the real message. They want us angry at left versus right. That's why they publicized every single thing Ken Griffin does in politics, and why the Chicago gubernatorial governor's election was such a big deal. Which when he lost, he fled the state, moved to Florida.
Spence, I was at a dinner in the city of London about 3 nights ago, Friday last week. It's more than that, isn't it? Of course, we're Thursday now. So, okay, 6 nights ago. And Ken Griffin got a soundbite in the speech of the Lord Mayor's deputy in the Guildhall. And I don't know if people know what the Guildhall is. The Guildhall's a fantastically historic, like 14th century place where guilds, bankers, leather makers, rope makers, clock makers, these historic groups of people met in the city of London to decide the business of the world, and indeed agree terms of trade around the world and stuff. And he got quoted again about his recent interview as to a global recession. And someone had actually had a private conversation with him about this when he was last in London. I forget, someone no doubt on this call has tracked his planes in the last few days as to where he was and when he was there, etc.
There's probably somebody that works for him in this call. I almost guarantee it.
Well, good for fucking them, because they can go and tickle his butt after this comment. Essentially, he was quoted as saying that he privately is concerned as to what recession is coming, which is very reassuring, I think, for everyone on this call, other than his little bitch who might be listening in, because they're going to lose their job because he's going to wank them off quicker than they can think as to where they're going to move next. But he was ultimately talking about the fact that, and we've seen it a couple of times in press recently. I've certainly read it in the Wall Street Journal. I've certainly read it in the FT in the last few days. Where is the bottom? Where is the bottom for everything at the moment? Because us, i.e. the retail trader, and I think we're slightly exclusive in that we invest in memes, as I desperately hate
Hey,
to call them that.
Robert, I need to ask Spence a question really quick.
Go on.
I'm sorry. I need to know, Spence, because you'll know this. Is BBIG or Vinco Ventures a direct competitor to TikTok?
Yes, they own the Low Motive platform that I was telling you guys about,
Okay.
which I'm on.
Well, so Jeffrey Yass, the CEO of Susquehanna, I'm so sorry, Robert. I just found this out, is actually under investigation for matters involving his shorting BBIG. And not only shorting, but actually manipulating the options chain, just like you've been calling out for months on AMC. So every Friday, he basically collects everyone's options money on BBIG by manipulating the trade price by using his high frequency trading. He's also a degenerate gambler, come to find out, and horse race gambling.
Nothing wrong with liking horses. I own a few horses.
Says currently BBIG, yeah, horses are great. Elon Musk promised me a horse. It says currently BBIG, Vinco Ventures, and Zash Global Media Group are pursuing legal recourse against SIG, Susquehanna International Group, for dark pool abuse and conflict of interest, among other issues. BBIG, like AMC, is another heavily shorted stock, short interest nearly 16%. I just thought it should be noted that he's currently heavily shorting the company that's in direct competition with his long, which is TikTok, or ByteDance, the parent company to TikTok, which is a Chinese company.
And TikTok is under heavy fire from the U.S. government. They've banned military from being on it. And I filed several complaints to the DOD because soldiers were exposing sensitive information like troop movement and different types of classified equipment on TikTok.
And their pecs and their dicks.
Yeah. And opinions being shared that military people should not share publicly and that they're actually under NDAs to not share. So that's why I've been long on BBIG. My first position, and you're going to love this, my first buy-in was at 69 cents. I hold probably about,
what?
Oh, yeah. 69 cents, baby. All day. So BBIG is now settled in court. The Colucci, there was a group of people, I forgot his first name, but Colucci, who was claiming he was the CEO. There was a big internal struggle. Colucci and a couple of his friends that were directors are now out. The court issued them that they are done. They're out. We have a new CEO who is working with the Farnsworth Group, and they're getting ready to merge with Zash Global, which is Eric Finman's company. If you don't know who Eric Finman is, look him up. Eric Finman is front and freaking center on Twitter, blowing up everything on BBIG, which is why I'm long on it. I still have my position. And they are the direct cure for TikTok, which I was banned from TikTok when I had over 30,000 followers and was getting close to 1 million views per my videos. They banned me, permanently banned. I didn't have any choice. I didn't to fix my account. So I hate TikTok. So I love everything you just said, Tara. Yep.
Yeah, Susquehanna is also shorting Tesla. I swear to God, I'm going to get Elon Musk to like respond to another tweet. Even if I have to give him a damn horse, we're going to get his attention on this one way or another. And on the fact that these, big institution guys are able to line their own pockets and then select the people to put in position of power on our government, on the Senate or Congress or wherever it may be, to continue to line their pockets. I mean, it is just such, obviously people know this already, but when you actually start connecting the dots, it all makes sense on why we get so much hate for liking AMC. It's not just that we're liking AMC. We are hurting these people bad and they are desperate for a way out. So yeah, people like Mark can just take a seat.
Yeah, my personal opinion on my investment, I'm not leaving, even if I'm wrong. I'll admit I'm wrong, but I'm not going to leave my investment because somebody's saying they think I'm wrong. That's crazy.
Let's try. Can we try to get the CEO of BBIG in here?
Yeah,
damn right. Let's get him.
I would love to hear him comment on what legal action they're taking. I also think Adam Aaron needs to be made completely aware too, if we can collect this information. Because honestly, he has a case. Like, we have a case here and it needs to be pursued.
What I'm concerned with this Mr. Adam Aaron, and I have respect for what he said he's doing, is he seemed to act like he's ignorant to what is going on, as if he don't know what a FTD is. I mean, West Christian have been dealing with this all his life and have been saying what they have been doing, what these institutions have been doing. But only thing I see Mr. Aaron saying is, he's going to be at the movie theater here, the movie theater there, which is good. But the pressing issues that people want to talk about, he seemed to shun it a bit. I don't know if he's doing that. Most people seem to say, oh, he can't do it. Well, let him say he can't do it.
I think he's old school, and I think he doesn't understand what he sort of has and could harness here. And the fact of the matter is, I think he doesn't like the idea of there being legal things around his stock, legal things around his company. I think honestly, in his mind and in mine too, and I think a lot of other people's, you don't want, it's kind of like saying, hey, my house is on the market, but there's a bunch of liens and problems with it, but you should totally invest and buy it. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with like the stock market. No one wants to openly, as a CEO, you don't want to openly start discussing these things because in, his mind, and especially because he is old school and he does have a lot of experience here, I think that he thinks, well, people, institutions especially, are not going to want to be along something that I am admitting out in the open that there are major problems with. Like, as soon as you put your money in, they're going to short it, and skim you right from the top, like, of your investment. So what pension fund or retirement fund or state is going to want to go long on something like that if they could go long on something else where the CEO isn't screaming manipulation, FTDs, naked shorting, you know what I'm saying? So basically, if he, as the CEO, admits that this is happening to his company, he's also deterring people from even investing, I guess, is the way I see it. And as a professional and as a CEO, I can see why he sort of is having to walk a tightrope between us, the shareholders, who are screaming this. And I mean, you have Kat Stryker putting banners out there and billboards and, going after Ken Griffin and getting threatened with being sued and all of this, and her saying, oh, well, freedom of speech, and then you have the CEO who sort of has to do a balance act between, these long-term big time investors and not just us retail little guys. You know what I mean? I hope that kind of makes sense, but that's the way I view it.
Well, that it was his son.
Here's something really important to understand, though. The people who are long the bonds are short the stock. He doesn't want to announce his moves prior to what he's doing in a form or fashion that he's going after these shorts. He's just going to take their money, which is what Robert was just saying a minute ago. If they're truly going to sell APE at $10, $12 a share, he's going to rake in billions.
He's going to absolutely smash it. And just coming back on Cat Striker, I've privately offered to cover about 5 million in legal fees for any shit that Mr. Griffin wants to fucking throw at her, because as I said publicly, I have some of the best litigation teams who support me in my deals, and they will smash his ass out of the park.
Well, I forgot to mention, Robert, that Ken Griffin said he is suing me for $5 million. If you want to let me borrow $5 million, I would really appreciate it.
I'm never, Tara, I would never lend you 5 mil. I'll
give it back.
I'll cover.
Promise.
I'll cover. What with 2 AMC? Yeah, 2 AMC shares.
I'll trade you. I'll give you all my synthetic AMC shares for your $5 million.
He ain't got shit. Seriously, my grandfather was a diplomat, a multi-Légion d'honneur from Europe. He did the reparations for Germany after the Second World War. My connections go way beyond law. They go deep.
Well, if I were Kat, I would have been like, yeah, let me just hang on to that 5 million just in case. And I'll let you know what Ken Griffin says. But honestly, she told me that she doesn't believe he'll come after her because it would open him up to discovery. And that's exactly what he doesn't want to do.
And that is the beauty of it, Tara. You've hit the nail on the head. Until a legal case goes to the high courts, as it does here in the UK, discovery is everything. I've been through many commercial litigations where investors in commercial real estate deals that I've done who backed out late in the day on discovery, pre-court, they've disclosed they didn't ever have the money. And that is the case in this situation where the tide goes out and you see who is swimming without their shorts. It really is.
Oh, I like that.
It is absolutely that analogy.
Lots of butts.
You get to the doorstep of the High Court in the UK, and I've done it about 9 times now on some fairly significant deals. I'm a fairly small fry property developer, but I've been there for about 60, 70 mil. But you get to the court and people approach you on the step, literally approach you on the step, and they say, we got nothing. We've absolutely milked you all the way down the road here. We didn't think your pockets were that deep. We didn't think you had the kahunas. We didn't think you had the staying power. But we can't go through this because, do you know what? We've got no pants. And the minute we walk in the court and the water disappears, we're naked. And that is exactly where Ken Griffin and a heap load of other short interest hedgies and banks and other motherfuckers are on this. Like I'm seeing in my investor kind of black book of people are now seeing the tide go out, and they're running to the shore. They're running to the shore saying, we can't invest because we just want to hold our shorts up. And it's discovery, but from my perspective, because these people until about 2 weeks ago were saying, oh yeah, we're good. Yeah. What have you got? We want to see it. And I've prepared and issued some investment deals, anything ranging between about 55 and about 180 million for some resi deals here in the UK. German, French, British, Italian, and beyond a few US, albeit actually the US are still going strong, as I would always expect. But European investors are now
being shorted.
Got to get out. Got to go out. Got to go out. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Tara, I got a question. That BBIG there, who was the name of the guy you were talking about that was being investigated?
Jeffrey,
Hello?
yes, the CEO of Susquehanna.
Jeffrey, yes, you say?
Yes.
He's
It's
fucked.
YASS. He's
Okay.
essentially,
And
I would call him the Ken Griffin of AMC. And he needs to be exposed. Apparently, he's a very secretive man. Like I said, he's a degenerate gambler. And he's also the richest man in Pennsylvania. And he also is the person who is a mega donor to the Republican Party. And Senator Toomey of Pennsylvania is the one who voted no on banning PFOF, which we all worked so hard to do.
I'll tell you what.
You and Spence, she was mentioning about he was manipulating options, like you were saying. Can you explain that? How he was doing that?
Yes, absolutely. I would love to. So, say you have a bunch of retail investors who buy a call option at what's the price of BBIG right now? Like $1.03. Say there's call options at a strike price of $2.50 because the merger news is coming in and everybody's super excited. So retail loads in on $2.50 strike prices on call options, and Susquehanna, who's a market maker, sees that. Other market makers see it. They don't want one fund to fall because if one market maker falls, they all fall. So what they do is they price spoof. They use their algorithms. They can do ladder attacks. They can which is trading back and forth in fractional seconds between each other, or they can fail to deliver, right? So if a lot of buying pressure comes in because the merger is going through and they load up, say, 43 million failure to delivers on BBIG, that's going to knock the price down below that strike, meaning all those calls are going to fall out of the money. Which also means the puts are going to go in the money. So they collect the premium on the calls and they make money on their puts.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
That's what's been happening to AMC this entire time.
Yeah, they drive the price straight down. Okay, yeah. When they see a bunch of calls, people are betting that AMC is going to go up. They make sure it stays down. Okay.
Yep. That's why I created no options to November, which, funny enough, we're now coming up on November. I think a lot of retail has seen that you're going to get your premium stolen in the options chain on meme stocks. And November's coming up around the corner. And guess when AMC bonds have a call on them? November 6th. Adam Aaron, if he raises these billions before that, he can go ahead and buy 3 or 4 different bonds back from the debtors, close them out, and not pay that interest for the next year. That's why I think the APE share offering is going to hit before November 6th. That's probably why the options chain is loaded up with an AMC max paying at $10, because somebody knows that's going to happen. So institutions are loading up on calls.
Mm-hmm. I think that AMC is. Go ahead, somebody else.
I was just going to ask Spence, isn't the initial offering going to be 425 million? Is that the number?
That's the number of shares, but there is a clause in the 8K in the prospectus that was filed that allows for a one-time over allotment. Meaning if all 425 million are sold, there's still an option for institutions who own or need to buy hundreds of millions of shares to get them all at a one-time allotment. So he could, in theory, sell more than 425 million.
He would have to sell 400. If he sold just 425 million, that's 1,200 per share to pay off his debt. Debt's what, 5.4 billion right now for AMC?
And that depends because it's not at the money, or it's not at the market. It's bona fide premium individual offers from institutions. He could sell shares for $20 if he wanted to, or tell everybody to go F themselves.
True. Okay, thank you.
I love what Robert said earlier. I think Adam Aaron is going to raise an insane amount of money. So
it's going to be fucking insane. I absolutely like the guys I know from my crazy frat houses in the UK. We don't have frat houses. We just have insane houses. These guys at Standard, at Morgan, JP Morgan, at Barclays, at HSBC, at Standard, they're all fucking screaming. It's going to be something between 12 and 14.
Oh man, that I'm always very conservative, and I thought maybe 3 to 5. If he raises $12 billion, every short seller that we've ever heard from on this stock is going to disappear from Twitter. They're just going to disappear. They're going to delete their accounts and walk away. What's up, Punjab? What's up, man? You had your hand up forever.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, someone stole my catalytic converter, so I'm loud as fuck.
Yeah, that happens in Albuquerque a lot.
Yeah, it's pissed me off. So my question's for all our friends, outside of the United States. I've done my part to, in my close knit circle to let everybody know about all the fuckery that is the U.S. stock market, and how it starts at the top and works its way down. It sprawls everywhere. We know how messed up it is. I wonder what's the consensus in the other countries? Do they realize how messed up our market is?
Oh, you just missed the part about Robert talking about how the economy was getting ready for, like, the global markets are probably getting ready for a pretty bad collapse. So
yeah, I missed that because my catalytic converter. So.
Those are worth a lot of money, man.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Kenny is, he's got a liquidity crisis. He's going around stealing shit.
Credit Suisse, dude, you should tweet that Credit Suisse stole your catalytic converter.
Oh, that's David Lauer had posted something saying that UBS was fined $3 million in 2 actions by FINRA and censored. They sold stock they did not have, and then they did not deliver the stock. The media never wanted to acknowledge that, did it?
Nope.
Everything is coming around, I guess.
It is. It's when liquidity, Swing was talking earlier about, man, it seems like liquidity is getting awful tight around here. These institutions have dug themselves into a hole bigger than 2008, and the governments are trying to soft land it, but they know they're not going to get the type of bailout they got last time. And this time it's global. It's not just America's housing market. It's everyone's housing market. It's every institution selling securities they don't own, because they all saw everybody taking pieces of the pie and they said, I want it too. Well, then they were like, why don't we just eat synthetic pie while we're at it and sit at the table and laugh while we steal these people's money? So there's no way we're all wrong. There is absolutely no way. The probability, if C3PO did the odds of this, it would be 9,428 million to 1 or whatever he says. So
do you know what the really exciting thing is at the moment? I do a lot of business in Southeast Asia as well. I have a hotel business out there building eco homes, restoring and eco hotels, restoring rainforest in Malaysia and Indonesia. And my guy over there who supplies me my timber, they're now lending money to China.
Wow.
How crazy is that? China is like, I cannot explain how insane that is, because pre-pandemic we were like using money from China left, right, and center to develop the brand and the business, and now it's a complete reversal. It's a small scale thing. Our business over there is only worth about sort of 30-40 million US, but we're now lending money back to our suppliers.
That's insane. And well, if you think about it, China's been manipulating their currency for generations, right? Now they've come up on this situation where the U.S. government has restricted American investments in multiple of their securities and or the liquidity they hold over in China, and people are buying less products from Amazon, less products from Walmart, which are all Chinese produced. So their liquidity, their revenue has dropped significantly.
Like they are, I'm in real estate. I disclosed that earlier. The stuff I'm seeing, Patrick, a particularly good friend of mine, particularly wealthy billionaire, whose house I built in London about 6 years ago. Patrick is telling me how hard the dagger is digging. He said 40,000 staff he had 5 years ago. He's now down to about 5,000.
Wow.
Because the market has completely changed.
It's funny, I'm seeing a lot of people from the UK starting to buy property out by my acreage I own in the Sandia Mountains in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Well, that's a lovely place.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. 2 or 3 people from the UK have just purchased and built homes in that same area, so it's interesting.
Yeah, it is insane what a Ponzi scheme the Chinese property market has been. Forget the big stories of Evergrande. It literally has been propped up on private councils or state owned property owners disclosing that they intend to sell a piece of land that they value immaterial of physical value, that we'll value it at 200K an acre, and they then lend money to private developers to buy at that value. They then do what sharks do in my industry here in the UK, which is to sell 5 properties at a limited value without disclosing the number of properties that they're selling for phase 1. And they say, we achieved phase 1 in 5 days. We sold all of our properties for X. We then sell 5 more 2 months later at X plus 20%, and so on and so forth. And that is how China has created this false bubble of real estate growth when their population is actually shrinking. I mean, here's the insane thing. They're going to have, in the next 10 years, 300 million properties greater than their population.
Well, they're doing the 5-year plan. Stalin.
They're doing the 50-year plan.
Yeah.
Plus, where, like, it'd be like the US building another billion homes today. Yet you guys have been pretty constant as a population at about 350 mil for the last 10 years. It would be insane. You devalue your property values so insanely if you built another billion properties.
You know, it's really crazy. I read that the Japanese government is giving away homes now because they have so many that there's not enough people to fill them.
Correct. That's it. It's like, this is where capitalism falls foul. The global population is going to shrink.
Yep.
It's going to shrink through pandemics. It's going to shrink through like national political economic decision making, similar to the Chinese that they made in the 70s, which says, maybe here in the UK, guys, you can't have more than 2 kids because we can't have enough land or property built, for destinations that are going to be climate sensitive to what's happening with climate change. It's so, I mean, it's mind-bogglingly interesting. There's too much to talk about.
We're experiencing Calhoun's rodent utopia experiment.
Yeah, totally.
there's so many people now, and you can take this whatever way you want, left or right, man or woman. There's a lot of men now who do not want to have kids because it's such an unfair environment. You can have a kid and the mother can leave you and you're stuck paying child support. So people are not having kids like Elon Musk talked about. But we also have such an open world. We have such a connected world that you meet new people every day. You meet new, more attractive people every day. So people aren't settling down anymore and having families. It's if you have not read Calhoun's Utopia experiment and read about what they call beautiful mice, I highly suggest you do it. It will help you in your trading and your market analysis, like immensely.
Yeah, Spent spot on with that recommendation.
People think I'm just an alcoholic space call host, man. I'm much more than that. I'm much more than that.
Oh my God, I'm so disappointed. Oh no, I'm gonna leave.
I'm enjoying some Bombay
really quick. I was going to say, in regard to that question that was asked earlier by This Is Your Transmission, just regarding CEO Adams, way of handling things with AMC. Sorry, not to cut your guys' fun short, but I was just looking over the CEO of Vinco Ventures, BBIG, his Twitter profile. First of all, his name on Twitter is Eric Finman with a picture emoji of shorts with a gun. So like he's killing the shorts, which I think is amazing. And he's obviously a younger, like more kind of new age guy. So I think it is just a huge fundamental difference in like old school versus new school, where some people I think underestimate the power of pointing out that things are being done illegally to your company or to your stock and rallying people around that. Like, people love an underdog story. They love to help an underdog. That's why a big part of why we're all still here for AMC. So I do, see where Adam's coming from and not being so vocal, but I also do wish that he would be at times. I wish that he would just call it like it is and call these people out and really just, do work. We will back him up 100%. And I think it's a missed opportunity anytime it isn't being called out for what it is.
So just to clarify, the new CEO of Zash is, I think, Ross Miller. And Eric Finman is the CEO, or not Zash, I'm sorry, Vinco. Vinco is Ross Miller and Zash is Eric Finman, and they're going to merge. But the big news here is Finman, Tara, like you said. He's actually the youngest Bitcoin millionaire or billionaire, whatever it is, in history. And his big thing, and I remember this back years ago, his big thing that got him in the news was that he built a fully automated Dr. Octavius robot suit from Spider-Man. It's like one of the first things he did. But Zash,
he's like the new Tony Stark is what they're referring to him as.
That's amazing.
He's Iron Man.
He's Elon Part 2.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just reading and doing research about him, and I was going to say I could play this CV Payne clip. And you said, what is his position with Vinco Ventures now?
So Eric Finman is the CEO of Zash. He's going to merge Zash with Vinco. And they're going to become one of the best social media platforms around, in my opinion.
Zash. Right. Sorry, that's a crappy name.
Well, it sounds like Bash from Don't Look Up. Bash Cellular.
Do you want me to play this clip of him with CV Payne really quick?
Yeah, it's your space call. Go for it.
Unless you want to pull. I don't know. Is it easier for you to do it, or is it easier if I do it?
My Bluetooth speaker is flashing red, so I won't be able to do it in any quality.
Okay, I'll do it from here and tell me if it sounds okay.
All right, folks, so I want to read a resume to you, right? It's about a kid from Idaho. So at 15, he drops out of school, moves to San Francisco, but at 17, he sold a startup. At 18, became the youngest Bitcoin millionaire. 19, built a working Doc Ock suit. At 20, launched a satellite. At 21, built a multi-million-dollar crypto company. Now, You would think I was probably making this up, or maybe it was a character from a comic book, like Tony Stark of Iron Man fame. But it's my next guest, Zash CEO Eric Finman. And Eric, golly, my man, it's been too long since our last talk. It was interesting. I've interviewed a lot of teen wonders over the years, but you're not resting on your laurels. So in July, you were appointed CEO of Zash Global Media and Entertainment. And I read where it says Zash has been aggressive in making strategic moves in the media and entertainment industry, creating exciting acceleration and growth in live streaming content, video sharing, distribution, and production within its own ecosystem. Now, with all due respect, I've read that with so many different companies. So why is this time so special?
Well, what we're doing at Zash is amazing. We're buying up a lot of amazing media properties. A lot of more recently, Lemotive. We bought that for Zash Finco Ventures bought that for $120 million. It is the biggest competitor to TikTok, now U.S. owned. We're bringing the operation to the U.S. We have over hundreds of millions of users. I think we got that at a faster rate. Lemotive got that at a faster rate than TikTok got that amount of users, and we believe in values of free speech, and we have that culture. So I mean, TikTok is just totally controlled by the CCP, and Lemotive is made to counter that.
Is there a moat around this though? Can anyone else kind of just say, "Hey, me too"?
No, I mean, we have hundreds of millions of users. So, I mean, we have an amazing, user growth from that. I mean, you look at a lot of these other upstart social media companies, they're in the millions, but this is in the hundreds of millions. So, I mean, it's pretty incredible. And, people are becoming, you get not just like, people joining the platform that are already famous, but you get a lot of people that are getting followers and a lot of fame from this. And it's pretty amazing. And it's made to be a really true competitor to TikTok, and it's done a great job of it so far. And I appreciate that amazing introduction you gave me. Thank you.
You got it, my man. You got it. By the way, you look, you really formed out since I saw you a few years ago. You're a good-looking guy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Here's the thing. The connection to Vinco Ventures, because I got to tell you right now, people are just pumped up that you were coming on this show. They're pumped up about this stock. It's already got what I would call more than a cult following. What's going on?
I mean, we just have an amazing group of retail investors that really care about what we're doing and what we're up to. They're called APEs, which is the term, if people know, and they're just big fans of us. And I think, you look at Elon Musk with Tesla, not that I'm comparing myself quite there, but, that's a good example of what a cult following around the company that is doing good things and hopefully doing good things for the world. And we have a little bit of that, and I hope to grow to that one day.
And I got to be honest with you, I'm really shocked that we didn't shut down TikTok. I know it's a great thing to get on, to have fun with. It's addictive. But, every time some American logs on there, they're giving a little piece of themselves away to the communist leaders of China. I want to ask you about crypto, because you're a big deal in the crypto world. This year especially, the skeptics are really starting to write off crypto and NFTs. They're saying the movement is over. Has it lost that organic excitement, though?
I mean, you look at today, more and more easy. It's becoming more and more easier to get into crypto. There's a lot of crypto wallets that I'm a part of. One of them is actually a conservative crypto wallet. It's called Freedom Jobs and Business app, and it's made for really easy way for people to get into crypto. And the amount of users of people that are in their 80s figuring out crypto for the first time, they're getting into it.
I can just cut it there. I don't know what they say after that regarding crypto and NFTs, but I think what I just heard, I don't know how I missed all of that in that interview. I've DM'd Eric to see if he would be interested in doing a space sometime. I'll let you all know and keep you all posted if he will come on and speak with us, the other apes. I think in the future, him working with AMC, being on the board of AMC, or somehow being involved with AMC could be a huge move in the right direction as far as, young blood, not so much this old school mentality, especially knowing his involvement with NFTs and then AMC kind of going down that road and down that path. And I don't know. I think there could be some merging going on in the future there. Some help on both sides.
Absolutely. I've talked about content creation being displayed at previews at AMC theaters for a long time. I think if you turned AMC theater previews into how you would interact with your apps, which is what they started to do, especially with the Batman movie. There was QR codes, all kinds of stuff, but you could bring low motive into that. Low motive could be part of AMC stubs. You know what I'm saying? It would be absolutely amazing. And Finman does do space calls, Tara. The last space call I attended for BBIG, he was in the space call front and center, speaking specifically on what was going on. That's why I've been following it. I've been following the lawsuits. Got my 69-cent price entry. That's a sign right there. So I'm super excited that the BBIG stuff is coming up. Usually if I try to talk about it, I get called a shill and I get booed off stage. So super exciting stuff. Oh, and
well,
I posted
I think denying that there's connections there, like denying the connection and acting like there isn't, is wrong. I mean, here this guy is embracing shareholders, referring to them as apes. Like, I mean, they're taking a page right out of our book. And I think a lot of people who are invested in AMC or were initially invested in AMC or looking at AMC are also shareholders of BBIG. I have BBIG on your recommendation, Spence. So, yeah, I'm holding my BBIG, and I'm actually thinking about buying more after watching what he just had to say and knowing that they're going after Susquehanna. I don't know. I think I'm saying it wrong according to someone in my DMs. Sus. That's all. I'm just going to call them sus.
Yeah, and the reason I got into BBIG was because of Joey Cameron, Skycam 7. I tweeted one day, what should I buy? He said BBIG. It was 69 cents. Did a little bit of research, and then boom, I'm in on it. So
you dirtbag. That is a good buy.
Oh yeah, I hate TikTok. I hated it when it started, and then I finally got into like, okay, I'll give it a shot. Everybody likes it. And I got a shit ton of followers on there, and I was making some really hilarious content, and they permanently banned me probably a week before the presidential election.
And before the Pope visited America, because basically it wouldn't have been allowed.
Right. It's just crazy. TikTok is horrible platform. And then when I saw the military, and I'm a veteran, I saw full bird colonels on TikTok making videos about their opinions and what they're. That is not how the military works. Full bird colonels.
Wow. Because I'm ex-military in the UK myself, and I would never expect a colonel of 3, 4, or even indeed 5-star to be represented on TikTok.
I filed multiple DOD and Homeland Security complaints on this.
Sorry to laugh.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. I was like, they are literally feeding the CCP U.S. military secrets, because in the backgrounds you would see all kinds of different helicopter components, tanks, troop movement, size, equipment, everything. I was like, this has got to freaking end. This is insane.
That's like give Putin a bone.
That's without, and that's just through the video of what I saw. That's not speaking on the metadata that's hidden inside of the video. They
Holy
can literally
fucking shit.
They can 3D map any room you are in if you have one still shot of a photo, basically using all the GPS coding and location services on your phone. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
So they're going to see Saddam Hussein's daughter with Al Qaeda's younger sister in my front room right now. Holy shit.
Dude, if you take one picture in one room of your house, they can use the metadata to 3D map your entire home.
What about the dungeon?
Yes, Tara already told me about that anyways.
What the hell? No, guys, seriously, amazing last 10 minutes of conversation there. But like it's getting quite late here in the UK because I've got to get up and fucking grind my head against a wheelstone tomorrow morning. But like, seriously, I'm looking at the data coming in from China at the moment, and I hate to bring Evergrande into the conversation. Hopefully no one's going to want to shoot me. I have Patrick, my pal over there, has just explained how filthy the bank runs are getting over there. They had some provisional bank runs a few months ago, back in June, July, of about 5 or 6 banks provincially. They have now had about 25 bank runs, is what he's explained to me. Now, I don't know about you, but if 25 building societies, which I will term as the UK version of provincial banks, which may have about $1 billion each in savings and investments and yada, yada, yada. Holy shit. Like, as the FT put it, this is the world's slowest financial crisis. How does China keep on going? I have some friends in the UK here who are building the new embassy over in Wapping on the City of London, having moved it from central London. Oh my God. I mean, it's a beast of a building, but there's going to be nothing to do there. It's like they could probably rehouse their army after the financial crisis that they're going through right now. Because China is dropping, I gather, from the intel that I'm getting, less than 2% growth. Now, for China, that's grown at more than 10 to 12% for the last 20 years, year on year, 2% is basically a minus. And I know they're doing their lockdowns and stuff, but it's worse than that because they're hiding the devastation. So how that affects the rest of the globe, we will only see. But I'm going to kind of leave it on that positive note. You know, we're still pumping for deals privately with my own business. We're high net wealth searchers. We deliver the best houses in the world. Just pumping my business there. We deliver accommodation that has cost up to £1 million a square foot. And we are searching for new clients.
Well, if you find any that want to relocate to New Mexico and Albuquerque, let me know. I've got 5.56 acres that you can own horses on. And one of the best views in New Mexico.
Seriously?
Yep, I have one of the absolute best views in New Mexico in the Placitas area in the Sandia Mountains.
Can you DM me a private photo of the view that the house would get, and I'll call you back?
I will DM you.
I search far and wide for the best views, the best places, and whatever I can do for these particular clients. I know it sounds as by the way, I've never built a house for Ken Griffin, albeit I have built a house for someone down the road, where he has this house in London, but his house is about a third of the price of the house that I built. So that kind of makes me feel better.
What a cheapskate.
I know. Like, my client spent 175 million and he only spent 90. So.
Well, Robert, thank you again for coming. It's always an absolute pleasure when you come and speak on the
guys,
calls, man.
Love you to bits. I'm in the UK, so I'm getting tired because I've been up since about 4, because I have to get up before the markets and shit open. So God bless you all. I'm going to listen in still, but I'm no longer speaking.
Cheers.
Take care, everyone. Love you.
Good night. Good night, Robert.
Let's nail these hands. Oh, sorry, Terry.
I was just gonna say I didn't even notice the hands. Sorry, guys. I won't skip. But I was just saying I didn't. This has just been an amazing call. That's all. Amazing space. Amazing.
there's probably more high quality information in this call than your call the other day was amazing with Michael. That was pretty impressive too. I don't know. We just fucking rock. That's all there is to it. So, S, you've been up for a hot minute. What's up, man?
Hey, guys and gals. Hey, quick question. You had a gentleman on there, and I'm not sure if it was the last guy that was just speaking, but somebody was talking about J.P. Morgan and the UK, and they were talking about they were mentioning AMC raising 12 to 14 billion. I mean, is that legit, or is that just a rough estimate, or what are your guys' thoughts? And my other thought process, you were talking, Spence, earlier, talking about the 425 million shares. I mean, are we still under the impression, and I've been in numerous calls on these, but are we still under the impression that AMC is going to do this in an auctioning process in increments versus just one entire block sale?
It's probably more or less going to be auctioning between different buyers through City Global, which is the contract that Adam Aaron has posted. The 8K, the prospectus on AMC Investor Relations. The reading is incredible. I highly suggest everybody go read it. They're going to take offers at premium rates, bona fide offers at premium rates from institutions who have sold shares they didn't own. That's the only way they can get out of it. So if he's selling shares from $5 to $15 a share, plus the over allotment clause, which is a nice way, a legal way of saying, yeah, you naked shorted, failure to deliver, and sold shares you didn't own, they get a one-time deal on buying over allotments past the 425 million shares. That's why Adam Aaron created 5 billion shares, because he knows they're going to need them.
Right.
God, sorry to interrupt, S. It's Robert. I was speaking earlier.
Oh, yeah.
You quoted me correctly.
Okay.
The guys I know downtown in the city quoted $12 to $14 a share at the moment behind the scenes on APE. So that's kind of where I didn't quite get to the valuation that you just quoted, but it was $12 to $14 a share based on current market value. So if he's doing 450 at 12 to 14, work it out.
Yeah, they'll have their debt paid off. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Is it rude to go and have a J now? Everyone is quiet. Am I speaking, or is we're
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's rude. I mean, President Biden just federally pardoned everyone in the United States, so
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Well, out of respect for that, I might just go and have a J.
I was in the loo. Sorry. So, yeah, I have a feeling, part of the reason why I think Adam Aaron has been around with a lot of celebrities of high status. I believe he was at the funeral for the Queen. I think, maybe, possibly. I'm not sure. He's in the money, right? I think everybody knows Adam Aaron is about to be a billionaire. I think that's what's coming. I think they know that. The connections are being made. He's paid his dues. But nobody can argue the fact that right now, with a 425 million offering on APE shares, that we've already done the DD, that there's probably billions of AMC synthetics, or what they call phantom shares, out in the market. And now we're seeing FINRA and the SEC charge these institutions we've been calling out for 2 years on the exact thing we said. It keeps getting better and better for us. And even though the stock price is going down, it's because we are diluting our own stock by buying synthetic shares. I'm not telling you to stop buying, but I highly recommend everybody start buying their shares through ComputerShare Direct Registered. so that they actually hit the lit exchange. Former SEC chief Lisa Barranca, I think if I say that right, said that exact same thing. Freaking Dave Lauer said the exact same thing.
Can I interject and just, sorry, I'm back, everyone.
Do it.
Sorry, I'm outside my house having a jaybird, and that is exactly what we need to do. We need to crowdfund our own market maker now. I think we are powerful enough with 4 million people to all throw $100 at a market maker that we create. We appoint our own board. Adam Aaron could be chairman and of another board, and we appoint a new market maker. We get a license and we go and make our own market for AMC and APE.
You know, funny enough, that's what Adam
We
Aaron
have
has
enough
done.
money. We have enough money between 4 million minimum apes. We have enough money because I can throw. I'll throw 100. Well, okay. I can post a mill. I'll post a mill into it, and we can go and get this bird going.
Strangely enough, that idea, that is what he did with Citigroup now with this ape offering. And even in that, there may be something with the AMC NFTs coming down the road that we're just not seeing.
Okay, so we create a vehicle now. We create an SPV that goes to Citigroup with an unviable offer to anyone else who thinks they're going to undercut us. And we go to the market and we say, we're going to pay $2,500 per AMC fucking ape that comes out with the next 450. We will pay a minimum. Okay, let's pay 1,000. Let's agree to pay 1,000 to Citigroup as an SPV per share. Citigroup have nothing to do other than legally accept our offer, and it will kill the shorts. It will kill them.
Well, the thing with that, if we go and buy those shares, well, yeah, that's a great idea, because now instead of the...
I know, Spence. I come up with them in a millennia. Once a millennia, I come up with them.
If somebody went and offered an insane price for ape shares to Citigroup during this offering, it would force...
We can do it. We can do a crowd-funded pocket for, let's even call it $50. $50 a fucking share. All of us at 4 million, we come in and say, we'll buy. Everyone commits to it, and we do a crowdfund for 4.5 billion for 10 fucking shares. That will drive the price.
You know what? The first thing I'm going to do tomorrow is email John Merriweather. I'm going to find out if we are allowed.
We can do it. We can do it.
Well, I'm going to find out if we're allowed to.
And legal clout to do it, Spence. I can do it.
Why would we not be allowed to introduce a legal offer for ape shares to Citigroup as an individual?
Bingo.
Man. Say this, every single one of the 4 million apes initially initiates an offer for 10 shares to Citi Global for ape at, say, $25 a share.
Yeah, exactly. And that's affordable, I hope, to every ape, because we know where we're going, right? We are a family and we're committed. And the guys with one, okay, I probably can't cover 12,000 shares at 25,000, but yeah, absolutely. Let's agree to buy collectively at 25 for 412 million shares and see where the fuck Citi sit, because their lawyers who have to deal with this legally cannot refuse to accept a best offer on behalf of their client.
We'll say this, if all 4 million apes decided to go out and buy 20 shares each, just 20 shares, that's 80 million shares, right? And if everybody decides to buy 20 shares at $10 a share, right there, that's 800 million. That is when we wanted Adam Aaron to sell us NFTs, which was a really good idea. I'm going to tomorrow look through the 8K and the prospectus, and I'm going to find out if it's possible for an individual investor to buy APE directly through Citigroup in an offer, which you probably have to file. But if it is true, if you can do that, then I could go in and buy 100 APE for $15 a share, and that's a premium price.
Absolutely, a mega premium price. Even at $5 at the moment, Spence, we could smash the market. We could destroy the sale to all their friends who were thinking about buying 0.5, 0.00001. We could buy it without crippling ourselves personally, because we'd be in for maybe $50, and hopefully everyone. And even if those who can't do the $50, we can buy a few more. It's fine. We're good. We're a family. We're here to protect each other. But shit, Spence, find that shit out and report back immediately.
I'll tweet it first thing in the morning. I've already got the prospectus up with the Citi Global distribution agreement. Because if all you got to do is file a piece of paperwork and then send them a certified check, whatever, man. I mean, that's an insane. Yeah.
Let's kill them.
That's an insanely good theory. If I can go buy, and that is another way to buy shares at a premium. Like if we wanted to buy NFTs, I told Adam Aaron to sell NFTs to us in different rarities at $5, $50, $100 so we could inject AMC with cash. This is a direct way to do it. Man, that's awesome. That's new research for tonight. Writing that down. What's up, Steven?
Hey, Spence, how are you? Found you a long-ass time. A long time. Anyway, quick question for you, and not to be spreading FUD, I'm asking if anybody knows. I just heard from a YouTuber saying that AMC bought Netflix. How true is that?
No, what's happening is Netflix has agreed to host some of their content in theaters on Thanksgiving Day, which is, I think, in November 25th. I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving. But Netflix is going to host in over 200 AMC theaters. I think it's called the Onion or the Gold Onion, which is a Netflix produced movie, I believe.
Okay.
Which is still a really bullish thing.
Interesting. Okay. And I thought that idea that guy just came up with, I think that's an awesome idea. That's really an awesome
absolutely.
idea. So, all right, cool. It's good to know that our minds are still working.
Yeah, we haven't lost it yet, man.
Yes. Thank you for bringing me up, and I'm always following you.
Thank you. I can't get over that thought process as amazing. If I'm going to figure out how to do it, if we're allowed to do it, and if the process is simple enough, I'm going to post it tomorrow. If you can go to Citi Global as an individual investor, which you might not be able to, you might be able to, and offer to buy APE shares at whatever price you want, and they're legitimate shares, and they're going to go straight to your brokerage, that would push supply and demand through the freaking roof. The cost, the price discovery on that would be amazing.
Hey, Spence, if it doesn't come up with a personal buy situation, and I'm more familiar with the European and UK markets for acquisition of stock, shares, bonds, yields, blah blah blah. But if you can find out if it isn't, I have a number of SPVs located offshore in the BVI, which we can immediately introduce into the US market to kill little, it's a sad truth. I watched very quickly, and I'll be quick. I watched Billions a few years ago on the TV, and I kind of studied the real outline of how he hid his money, etc., etc. as a Brit with a few friends in the right places, I know that these places exist and exist pretty cheaply. In that, albeit it might cost me 20,000 sterling to set up one of these vehicles in the BVI, yada yada yada. It turned out to me that actually, if I had a limited company or similar in the US, I could diverge profits through the BVI and never ever appear to do anything but just stay with my chin above water in, Newport or on the west, or New York on the east. The thing about this, which is really incredible, is I think they've missed a trick on this one. I think we can absolutely pump the hell out of this, simply based on an office, a very small, cheap office on a piece of dirt outside the US. It's incredible. Do you know? I invest via the Labuan in Malaysia. The Labuan has zero tax for the product that I shift and move, which is real estate through Southeast Asia. Oh my God. The Labuan makes the BVI look like the US, I'd like to say the US Senate, but it doesn't really, because we know how corrupt things have been recently. But it's like the gold standard of investment that I can get all this stuff through. And we find a crack, which I think we're doing at the moment. We find a crack in this, we're winners, hands down. We're all going to be so incredibly well able to help everyone that we want to help and do everything we want to do.
I'm trying to pull up the S3 shelf registration statement right now, and I'm going to the SEC now, but every time I try to pull it up from any source, it will not load, because the registration statement should have the information I need to see.
I told them to block you. I'm sorry.
These motherfuckers, man. I'm telling you, dude, I think he's going to get, I'm getting page unresponsive even from the SEC Edgar website. Nothing is letting me look up the shelf registration statement for APE, this share offering. Nothing.
And that is the beauty. Like, guys, like 2 years ago, I read everything about it. My twin sister convinced me to invest a few thousand. I'm now so ball deep in this, it's unreal. But we come back to the facts. Why is it so well hidden? Why is it being so publicized in terms of drive it to the floor? This is a shit story for people who are about to lose their pensions, to hear about some ape community, some kind of high rolling Vegas gambling bunch of degenerates who are smooth brained, beating them and their brokers at something. I kind of get it every day that I read cross media about our movement and the fact that we're right. It just makes me laugh to think that the people who are writing the shit against us think that it has any effect on how we feel about it now, because we know we're right. And it takes a blink, a flicker, just a millisecond glance away from the glove that's going to punch you in the face. These guys are down. They know they're down already. They're just trying to find a way to try and stand up in the next 10 years.
Well, what are the chances that when we started talking about this, I can now not even get onto the AMC Investor Relations website?
What?
It's saying page not available. If anybody else is out there, if you can try to get on the AMC Investor Relations website and pull up the shelf registration statement, I would appreciate it. I'm still streaming. My internet's working. I'm streaming. I'm on other websites. I'm on Twitter.
Hey, Steph, just send me the link and I'll try.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to time my watch now. Right, you got a minute. Whoever comes up first wins. I'm going to send them a bottle of champagne, Bollinger.
Yeah, I can't get on the investor relations site.
Anywhere in the world.
Nope. Just pulled up Fox Business just fine.
I'm on it.
Okay, 30 seconds left, guys.
Yer, did you say you're logged into it?
I mean, you don't have to be logged in.
There,
I can
just came up for me
download
now.
them.
There we go.
What? Oh no! Oh no!
I think year one.
Really? Okay, you beat Spence. You need to DM me your private address, and I'll send you a bottle of Bolly, and I'll sign it, and I'll stick a fucking ape sticker on it.
Got it. I'm gonna save it this time. That was so weird. I could get on every other website except AMC Theaters and the SEC's Edgar site to pull up this registration statement for that entire time we were just talking. But I could get on every other website and I was still streaming.
Fuck off. Really?
Swear to God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Sorry. Okay, so Spence, you can either have a Magnum of 2002 or you can have a vintage.
Oh, that's year, man. I think year one.
Okay, you want a vintage. You're gonna get a. I'll send you a vintage bottle.
Good. I'm good. You can give it to Spence if you want.
I'll take the vintage. I'll take the vintage and I will keep it sealed until this all explodes.
Oh no, Spence. Vintage champagne lasts no longer than 10 years. This is about 8.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you need to pop it. If it ruins itself, I'll send you a current year of Dom Perignon.
I tell you what, when I figure out how we're able to buy, if we're allowed and able to buy directly from Citigroup, then we'll do that. Or Citi Global.
We have to do it. We will smash them. Because I'll put an offer in for 5,000 shares at 50. Imagine how much that would drive the price, because they have to accept the higher prices, and then their computers say we have to get 51 because some idiots just bought 50 at 5,000 at 50. It works. It really works. We're gonna nail this. We're gonna fucking nail it.
It's got to be in the A-Can. I'm going to call him tomorrow. I'm going to call everybody tomorrow and figure this out, and then I'll tweet it out. In the meantime, Conrad, what's up, man?
Yo, hey, what's going on, guys? I just wanted to say hello. I'm actually out. I'm about to do some groceries, but I haven't been in a space call in a while. So Spence, I've been in your previous ones, and also Tara. Hello, Tara. And I just feel like especially that back and forth with Coyotes. Yeah. I think they're just being so cocky, so confident that I think they're underestimating what Adam Aaron did here, and I don't think they really see the full potential of Ape. But like it was mentioned before, they can say whatever they want about the Ape community, about us retail investors. We know we won. I think that it plays a role in what we're seeing with these banks failing, and just it's I wouldn't say it's the catalyst, but I would say that it's definitely a part of it, a big part of that. And I'm confident still holding here with you guys. AMC's not going anywhere. There's just always such a lot of great due diligence. I remember there was a point where we were like, well, the DD has been done, but there's always just more to discover, more to learn. It's a great community, and you guys bring a lot to it. And, it's sad to see some folks that, I guess they feel like forgotten, or they feel like, like they're, AA's not doing enough, Adam's not doing enough, that they were bamboozled into this, this pipe dream. At least that's the way they see it, and it's sad to see that because, they really don't know what they hold. And that's why it's so important to have the conviction, do things because you did them, have accountability, have a plan, and don't just go based off what other people say. Really try to understand it, really have the conviction behind it, and you'll be fine. We're all humans. We're gonna see our money fluctuate, but if we really have the conviction, that's gonna take us forward. But anyway, that's all I got. I just wanted to say hello and kind of give my 2 cents.
Awesome. Well done, bro.
Yeah, I just put a tweet out kind of talking about that, see what everybody says. Right now there's a lot of people going, oh, that'll never happen. That's impossible, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, it might be a matter of just simply sending a purchase request to City Global and being approved by AMC Theaters, which you would just associate your brokerage account to that or your computer share account. If you're direct registered, you can have computer share send a bona fide offer to AMC to buy those shares for you through Citi, direct from AMC for 10, 15, whatever you want, instead of buying synthetics off the market for $2.24 a share, which is diluting our stock price.
Boom.
I'm going to call computer share tomorrow.
You nailed that then.
I'm sorry.
You absolutely nailed it. That is exactly what I was thinking in text, but I'm dyslexic. Never mind. There we go.
So we're waiting on the actual shares to be released by AMC.
I would add, I'm actually very good at numbers.
Yeah,
like the guy who draws chalk combinations on windows.
We're waiting on the share sales pretty much right now. The release of those shares from City Global and AMC to hit the market, because then they're going to have shares that they'll be available to close the synthetic IOUs they sold us.
Yeah, exactly. But then we'll see price.
Yeah, but can you imagine the fight because of how many shares?
I don't think Robert.
There?
I think Robert's having a hard time hearing S. This is happening so frequently on these spaces. It's a challenge.
S and Robert, I don't think you or Robert can hear S when he's talking, which is why there's the interruption. Robert, if you want to drop and then re-request, it might fix that because you can't hear everybody that's up right now.
But just basically, we'll see the true price appreciation because these shares have to be purchased on the open market versus being traded on the dark pool or on an off exchange. Yeah,
basically, the Adam Aaron has created his own market here.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yep.
I think it's very ballsy of them to try to take it where we're sitting now. I think it's completely asinine where the price is now, but
that's why some short sellers were in a previous call trying to tell me that it was at the market when I clearly read from the 8K and prospectus that it was premium bona fide offers on an individual basis. And then when he said, I didn't even read the 8K, I'm like, you're telling me what you know, and you have not read the prospectus of the 8K. And he goes, no, it's the S3 shelf filing. Like, I didn't know what it was. And I was like, dude, there's nothing in the shelf filing that says it's at the market. That's just them announcing that they are putting these shares out. They're filed. We're going to sell them. It's just crazy.
I think the initial deal was, that we were going to sell them for $358 a share. And everybody says we're going to sell $425 million at $358 a share. He's like, yeah, no way. I mean, that's not even close. I mean, why would when it opened up on the market that day, we were at $12.50 a share, or somewhere around that range, and we're selling for $358. That doesn't even make sense.
We were 1.7% growth per minute for 30 minutes, even with 7 halts.
Wow. Yeah, I think we had 14. I think we had 14 halts in the first 2 days or something, didn't we?
Yep. And then in between that, by the 24th, they reported 43 million failure to delivers. which now we know how they cleared them, because Dave Lauer just tweeted that they cleared the FTDs through spoofing limit orders.
Yep. Spence, totally right. Sorry I missed you earlier on what you were saying. I just kind of caught up. It was like traveling back in time.
I'm curious. Wait, how does Dave Lauer know that?
It's through the Barclays and the USB charges that they filed, that FINRA filed against they filed against the USB. It's all in the document.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
So they know what they're doing. The SEC and FINRA know that these people are selling synthetic shares, and they're wiping FTDs by spoofing limit orders.
So how does that work then? How do they spoof a limit order? So hey, we're going to buy 32,000 shares, but they don't buy it, but it actually looks like they bought them.
You can place a limit order that never fills, so you have an order in to buy those shares to clear those FTDs.
Wow.
It's fucking criminal. It's insane.
Spence, it's not criminal yet. It's just they have the hands that create the clay that goes in the oven. We are the hammer on the clay outside the oven when it's cooled. We'll get there. But you're totally right. Like, there is nothing in other markets that exists like this. This is like me in real estate development, getting someone to just step in and say, hey, do you know what? The government have fucked up on your regulations this year. So guess what? We're going to refurb the interior of every single fucking flat you own. Every given year, I probably own about 600 apartments. I buy and sell them very quickly, and it's a circular thing. So one day in a year, I might own nothing, but it kind of spins. Oh God, it kills me. It's like it's so insanely good, this conversation, that I'm absolutely busting into another gallon of wine to listen in for this the next few hours.
Or if you built a house, and you charge the customer, and then you never delivered the house. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean,
it is bingo.
But we will deliver it. Don't worry. We have paperwork saying we're building it.
Oh, don't worry when you're getting rained on every night. You don't have a roof over your head, but it's really there. Oh yeah, it's not really there, but
it's the Emperor's new clothes, just like Evergrande in China. They own. When Lehman went down, they had 600 billion in mixed asset, i.e., dog shit and more dog shit. But that's about a third of the debt of the second biggest developer in China, who's going under at the moment, and it's fucking insane. It's so insane to know the filth that is just piling up behind the catastrophic chain flush of the world of capitalism failing, because there's no more market. The derivatives market in March this year was 2.4 quadrillion. It's now at about 4.6 quadrillion. It's even doubling on itself in a fucking year. And I'm not a statistician. I'm a mechanical engineer and structural engineer by an architect by learning. But fucking hell, the numbers are insane.
They're unrealistic. They're unsustainable.
This is like me. It's like, as an architect, designing a cathedral that has a spire that expires from a 25 square foot like entry, which is generally in the UK a kind of average church spire, up to the fucking sun and back. That's it's like 300 billion light years away, and it's just like, from a 24-foot circumference, like, what? That's like sort of putting a pinprick through the earth a quadrillion times and still not pricking yourself in the thumb with your hand held over the entry point. It sorry everyone, I'm getting a bit carried away here, but
that's okay.
The numbers, when you do the math, because I'm reasonably good at math, when you do the numbers, what they're doing at the moment, I literally don't know how they're finding funding to back the debt risk. It's not the debt, because the debt might be simple. It might be about 3 billion for Ken Griffin, which is actually fine, but the derivatives that sit behind the billion and the insurance that sits behind the billion and the derivatives is actually quite massive and will cause a financial crash because the insurers can't pay out. If an insurer can't pay out, everyone who drives a car under the same insurance number is also fucked, even though Starlight Express, and I will refer to it, hasn't actually happened.
So are you talking derivatives in terms of what, FTDs?
No, beyond that, actually beyond the FTDs. The FTDs are small bait in comparison to the derivative bets that are going on behind the scenes. One of my closest brokers who brings me deals in the UK, his brother is the sorry, my brain has just destroyed itself. Okay, so crypto, he owns the crypto desk in New York, London, and Singapore. They don't exist yet, but he's Goldman Sachs head boy for crypto. Now, he is betting with us on a personal basis. He makes about 13 million a year in a little cheeky bonus that he can fucking just throw into anything he wants because he's at Goldman's. But he has thrown significant cash in our direction, and he's a Bitcoin prick, but you know, because I don't believe in crypto. Sorry, I believe in real stuff like cinema and films and Nicole Kidman and Aaron Adam, but I don't believe in. Albeit I do have a few coins hedging, but I don't really believe in it. Anyway, back to it. We are gonna kill this. We are absolutely going to kill this because the DD hasn't actually changed.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming. I gotta close out. It's been 4 hours now. This has been amazing. Please like and subscribe. You guys are absolutely amazing. We had over 260 viewers. We still got 184, but we're starting to spin wheels a little bit. So I'm gonna close the call, feed my dog, take him for a walk, have some dinner. You guys have a great night. This has been an amazing call. Couldn't do it without you. And